Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Fight Night Legends, America's edition. No, this is not another bracket reset of EU. We are in finally into the Americas. I am your host for the evening, Blevins, and with me today is the legendary Boulevard. What's up, buddy?
I am doing absolutely great, Blevins. How are you this fine evening? I know that you and I were watching that EU action unfold. Hopefully, we're going to have a little bit of a shorter show for you guys tonight here on the NA side.
Maybe. We don't know though. We're we might be in for the long haul. A lot of similar decks potentially in this lineup, but we'll get to that in a little bit, Boulevard. But before we do that, let's get into the format for tonight's event.
Absolutely. So here on Fight Night Legends, we run in a two-deck region-locked format, double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. All matches are going to be a best of 3, of course. Got to play those 3 games. Players bring 2 decks and cannot overlap regionally. And to win a match, a player must win with both of their decks. And of course, as we just saw, if the grand finalist from the lower bracket wins, a bracket reset will occur, and the finalists will play one more best of 3 match. But as for the prize pool, we've got $100 for first place, $50 for second, 35 for third, 15 for fourth, and of course, Tinder clout all around for everybody who showed up tonight.
It's true. We have given our blessing to put that in your bio if you want. And the players who are going to be playing for that clout and that money, you can take a look at the bracket over here. We've got a lot of great players tonight. We've got Zinc, and what we have designated. We talked about this in the pre-show. We're going with Ruglu. If anyone has any idea of the correct pronunciation of that, let us know. But we're running with it. Zinc, of course, our returning champion. We've got Floppy Mudkip and Cephalopod, Finny and Trevo. We've got Kavor and Yost with the most as our final matchup in the first round. But Boulevard, we're going to be focusing on Cephalopod versus Floppy Mudkip in this first round.
Yeah, we are. And as you can see there, Cephalopod hasn't brought Targon. He's actually the
Yeah.
only player that didn't bring it this week, instead going with Freljord Overwhelm and Bannerman Scouts. Blevins, how long has it been since you have seen a
Oh.
Vanguard Bannerman?
Well, I saw one earlier today because I was playing expeditions and I had the spend mana and expeditions quest, so I needed to. But no, I haven't. We have not seen that in constructed play, at least from a tournament side, in quite some time. Generally, players leaning more, towards a more traditional scouts list, and there we have it. Floppy here as well, capping out at master number 3. So if you're taking a look at that master leaderboard tab, you're going to be seeing a lot of the players in this event on that list. Floppy being at number 3. I know Seth was floating around the top 10 throughout the season as well. Yost with the most, another top player as well. And I actually I made a big pitch to get them on the show as well, because I've been taking a lot of their deck lists and grinding those up through the ranks. So really like what they bring to the table as well.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a lot of high ladder performing players in this iteration of Fight Night, which makes sense coming up on that seasonal tournament. These
Yep.
are some of the players that you're going to expect to perform very well in that major event. But first, we got to get through Fight Night tonight. And as you had mentioned, we're going to be starting off with Mudkip and Seth. I mean, number 3 on ladder. That is a big
Yeah.
accomplishment. That's what, like 1,000 LP at this point?
At least. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of it was before, like when we first got the actual ladder in client, it was like one player was like 1,000 plus, and then the next one was like 5, 6, 700. So like a huge gap. But now there's like, three, there's like in the top 5, I think they're all sort of pushing for that top 1, at least top 3 in there. I know Raptors in there, and there's some other players, but Boulevard, we mentioned that Seth did not bring Targon, and we talked about that Vanguard Bannerman. Let's take a look at that deck, because there's actually there's quite a few interesting choices in this build.
Which interesting choice were you talking about? Are we talking about Zero Grand Plaza? Are we talking about Stony Suppressor? Are we talking about the return of Cythria of Cloudfield, a card that I haven't seen in quite some time,
Yeah.
mostly going for those Codgers or those Butchers, but with Vanguard Bannerman, you got to be running that little Cythria.
Yeah, little Sith paired not with Big Sith, actually. We've got Jenny from the top rocking in here. But I mean, this looks like a deck, you know, with the exception of Stony Suppressor, this looks like a deck that we may have seen, I don't know, three, 3 to 5 months ago.
This is some 2020 Runeterra right
Yeah,
here.
yeah, exactly. I'm getting not so fond memories from this deck, for sure. The Blinding Assault was not really one that was played too much, but we also, you know, from Seth's side, also got this interesting Darius Draven deck, which has got a lot of overwhelm. So Seth really going for an aggressive slant here. Yeah, we can take a look at it now. You know, I mean, this is you know, pretty to the point, right? You're trying to play an overwhelm unit, pump it up, kill your opponent fast.
I remember he was joking in a couple of Discord servers earlier about popularizing the lack of concussive palm in Lee Sin and then bringing Overwhelm to Fight Night.
Yep.
So I am excited to see how this performs. Not quite the Rico Rex style deck that we typically see,
Right.
not going allegiance one way or the other, but definitely a super aggressive list out of Cephalopod. And I'm not going to lie, I'm not a big aggro fan, but any deck with Battle Fury, you've got me.
Oh yeah, you're running the main deck Battle Fury. You gotta love it. I also love the inclusion of Darius. We saw some Darius play on the EU side, which I would say was a couple hours ago, but ended just near minutes ago. But we did see some Darius in the top four there. And a card I want to call out here is Culling Strike. This is a card that, you know, over the course of Runeterra has fallen in and out of favor, but right now it feels very good. You've got Aphelios, you've got Twisted Fate, you've got a number of other cards, and you know, Ezreal's. You've got a number of other champions and power, high power level units that get hit by Calling Strike. It seems like a really good 3 of here.
Yeah, not only is it great removal tool for those those different what's the word? Champions that you had mentioned,
Yeah.
but also just great for pushing through overwhelm damage. I
True.
remember Rico Rex running this in a couple of his decks, just being like, you know what, chump blockers, they don't exist to me.
Yep. Yeah, you get to punish the chump blockers. You get to punish, you know, just unprotected Aphelios, unprotected Twisted Fate. I mean, it's hard to protect those, um, in terms of pumping their power like that. I mean, even now, new Pale Cascade is not able to save the Twisted Fate unless, of course, it's leveling it up. In which case, you're in a lot more trouble than you maybe a bit at that point. But you're not able to save it, and you know, we could really see that coming in. It seems like we might actually see it in this very matchup. We see the Overwhelm deck going up against TF Fizz on the side of Floppy.
And this is the bar that you need to beat, right? If you can't go toe to toe with Fizz Twisted Fate, if you don't have any chance in the world of beating this deck,
Yeah.
that's not a deck you can play in Legends of Runeterra. Now, obviously, things get a little bit different when you introduce a ban, but as we had mentioned earlier, no bans here in Fight Night. Everything is laid out on the table. You have to be able to pick up wins against the best decks in the game.
Yeah, you can't. You really can't afford to bring a super weak deck because it can absolutely get 2-0'd, and that's not where you want to be. But Seth looking to target the meta here and just kind of go under the meta. But we've seen time and time again this Fizz TF deck kind of doesn't care what your opponent brings. It just does its thing.
And this matchup's going to be really important for Cephalopod. Floppy Mudkip has brought one of the more common lineups in this tournament with the Fizz TF alongside that Zoe Lee Sin. I think there were 4 or so players tonight that are running this exact lineup. So Cephalopod's entire tournament, whether he wins or O2s, is really going to hinge on how this matchup goes for him.
Yeah, I did see Seth in the chat of EU saying this is a first or an 8th, and there's no in between here for Seth. If Seth is able to win this first match, it very well may be indicative of what we see for the rest of the tournament. Because, like you said, I believe half of the field is running a similar lineup. Yeah, there's an Aphelios lead, but that's close enough. So yeah, there's a full 4 players. Oh no, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 players running this Boulevard.
I remember
a version of this lineup right now.
It was like an hour ago, and I was like, "Oh crap! I have to go like look at the deck list for Fight Night and really like study up on what I'm going to see tonight." And then I was like, "Oh, this is probably just the least diverse Fight Night I have ever seen."
It's pretty close. I don't know if we've ever gotten it this close to the same, but I mean, that's the beauty of Fight Night, because that in and of itself is different, right? The fact that everything is the same is quite different for Fight Night,
Yeah.
'cause it's usually quite diverse. But
So we're going to see a couple of trades go down here for Cephalopod, still maintaining the board relatively well. And Floppy is a little gassed out at this point. Obviously, whatever that Zap Spray Fin pulls is pretty likely to turn it around, be it a Rummage or a Pick a Card. But there's not a whole lot of action going on for Floppy right now. They need to find something juicy off that Zap Spray Fin, because Seth, his hand is not slowing down. He's going to be able to keep this aggression on and go for a decisive maneuver pretty soon.
yeah, this one is looking pretty much exactly how Seth drew this up, right? I mean, you're putting on pressure. You're forcing your opponent to use their Mystic shots defensively. And in Floppy's version, this is the version running Zonite Urchins. There's no Death Rays. Some of the earlier versions of the list before stress testing came out were running main deck Death Rays, and we're actually kind of able to flex into more of a control deck. But now you really can't do that. And if your opponent is more aggressive than you, you just kind of have to race. And looking at the board, that's just not going to happen on the side of Floppy.
That was actually one of the things that I checked for before we got into this. Nobody tonight playing Fizz Twisted Fate is playing any copies of Death Ray MK1.
Yeah.
The card's a bit of a tongue twister, which I was a little surprised about because it's good Twisted Fate removal, but for the most part, a lot of players just on that Mystic Shot Get Excited combination says that'll be enough, because you got to have that TF removal, right? It is absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, the common lists have been have brought suit ups back in and taken the more versatile removal options out, and that seems to be working. Everyone is just sort of min-maxing around Twisted Fate, and not a bad strategy at this point in the game.
Speaking of, there he is, Mr. Twisted Fate himself, and one of these suit-ups not going to be able to get utilized by Floppy, probably going to discard it to the Fleeting Poro Cannon. I would imagine, actually not even using one of the suit-ups.
Yeah, I'm wondering, it seems interesting. Is it just going to go on to the Zap Spray Fin maybe, or is it just going to get burned here?
I would imagine it's going to get played. I don't think that Floppy really wants to use it defensively. And like you had mentioned, maybe going for it onto that Zap Spray Fin to continue to aggressively posture, or getting it onto one of the Daring Poros that's going to come down out of this Poro Cannon. Looking at 6 damage on the open. We've got another Zap Spray Fin in hand. I don't know if Floppy's going to have the resources to actually finish this one off, especially through Decisive Maneuver.
Yeah, Decisive Maneuver is certainly going to throw a wrench into the plans, but as it stands right now, Hearthstone math says 8, 9, 10, 11 from Poros, and then maybe another 2 from the Mystic Shot could maybe work in a iterative improvement as well.
Yeah, so I
really
think
have the mana
that
for it, though.
Seth's probably going to be able to live if they leave the mana up for the defensive decisive maneuver, which I could very well see them doing. With the way that your board is situated right now, especially with that little bit of extra burn in hand, as well as that Battle Fury you're going to have online next turn, I don't think you need decisive to close out this game. I think you can afford to really use it defensively here, and that should be it for Cephalopod on the next attack turn.
Yeah, this is going to put Seth at 5. Not actually. Oh yeah, can use the decisive maneuver. That's gonna put him on 9. That is now 3 Get Excited's range, which there's not actually enough. There won't be enough cards in hand to cast 3 Get Excited. So Seth's probably feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah, I would imagine Floppy's gonna have to pick a card and try to find enough burn, but you're only gonna have 8 mana left at that point, and I don't think, I guess double Get Excited would be able to do it alongside the Mystic Shot, so that's what Floppy really has to hope for here.
Yeah, I mean, if Floppy can draw 2 Get Exciteds,
Floppy does run exactly 2 Get Excited. Oh wait, no, it's 1 off still.
It's 1 off, yeah.
1 to 8.
It is 1 off, so Seth's got to be feeling pretty good. There's 1 Get Excited, but that's not going to be enough. And I believe this is just going to be lights out for Floppy in game number 1 here.
Yeah, Floppy might end up throwing the removal at that Darius and just getting blown out by the Battle Fury. If this combat resolves, we have the Decimate in hand. And one great thing about Piltover's on Bilgewater is that there's no healing coming out of your opponent. When you run these aggressive strategies, all of that damage is going to stick.
Yep, all the damage is going to stick. There's no, there's no counters with the exception of Zap, kind of, but Decimate is guaranteed. I believe the Battle Fury, there's no like stun shenanigans that could happen. It's pretty much you're pretty much guaranteed to get your damage through.
Oh, show me the Battle Fury, Seth.
Okay, so I mean, Seth does need to cast the Battle Fury, right?
Yep.
I mean, the second Get Excited would counter this, right? Oh, okay, can just put it on that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
That works too. Yeah, you don't need to win by an extra amount. You just need to win by exactly the correct amount. Seth makes the safer play, takes this one, and goes up 1-0.
It's looking like it might be a first, Blevins.
Yeah, since Fight Night EU ran a little bit longer, we're just gonna call this is the finals right now, and Seth is up 1-0. So if Seth wins this, that's the whole tournament, right? That's it. Oh nope, our producer said that is the ridiculous, makes no sense, and I'm fired. But I will cast the rest of this event, despite suggesting the dumbest thing ever. But no, Seth. I mean, hey, this was certainly a very decisive meta call, right? Seth said it himself. This is a first or an eighth, and sometimes you just got to go into an event like Fight Night with that mindset. I'm going to try to beat the meta. There's a lot of good players. I can maybe get some percentage points in terms of outplaying some players, but when you're playing in an event of this caliber, sometimes you just got to beat the meta, not necessarily beat the player you're playing against.
Yep, but Seth has picked up his win with what I would consider to be the stronger of these two decks, the more known factor. The question really comes into how is this Scouts deck going to perform? And I got to say, with a Stony Suppressor immediately available on turn 3, feeling pretty good about Seth's chances, or turn 2 rather.
Yeah, Stony Suppressor. I'm very interested to see what Stony Suppressor, what sort of effect Stony Suppressor has on this game. As I'm seeing double here, but we'll fix this in just a second. Stony Suppressor is going to come down immediately, like you said, Boulevard, and is going to start providing a thorn or a stone in the shoe of Floppy here.
Ooh, this 1-mana Poro Cannon looks so bad on the side of Floppy, but a 5-mana Suit Up looks even worse, and we need to give this Fizz elusive.
Yeah, hey, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and I'm gonna try to get this camera fixed in just a second, so bear with us, chat. But the Poro can't. The 1-mana Poros do come down. There we go. 1-mana Poros come down. Fizz got the damage in, but the Stony Suppressor, I mean, looking good. 2-mana Rummage does not feel great. 4-mana Get Excited, I'm not liking it. I mean, here's the thing. Zap gets buffed though, because Zap is now drawing a 2-mana spell. It's drawing could draw potentially a 4-mana spell. Nope, just draws a 2-mana Stress Testing.
Kind of how I thought it would work. And we're just going to Bannerman. I mean, there's really nothing else for Cephalopod to do this turn. Thanks to the Spell Mana system, we do have this Sharp Sight banked up for probably the remainder of the game. A little unfortunate that we've taken ourselves off the Relentless Pursuit. I mean, this is kind of a spell-heavy hand for Cephalopod, and I think one of the reasons that we don't see a lot of Stony Suppressor is players don't really agree on what that sweet spot of the amount of spells of your own that you're allowed to run is, because Cephalopod is on 13 spells here.
Yeah, it's a lot of spells, but I guess if you think about it, right, is this Sharp Sight costing an extra mana really going to impact the game? Like, what are the chances that Seth is going to... I guess Seth is probably going to tap out next turn, so it could be relevant. Like, there could be a mana that's just gone forever now. But I think a lot of times in this type of deck, you end up, passing turns with additional mana. So it doesn't actually matter if you cast, if it only costs, or if it costs extra on this turn, because you're going to be able to get that spell mana back later. And Seth doesn't necessarily need to cast this Riposte for quite some time.
And it's definitely hurting Floppy more than it's hurting Seth. I mean,
Yeah.
3 seems like a lot of spells when you're drawing your own Stony Suppressor, but you've already gotten a lot of value out of Mudkip having to play, that 1-mana Poro Cannon, that 2-mana Rummage. Things just looking really rough for Floppy here. And as you had mentioned, we're going to be on curve for the next couple of turns on Cephalopod's side. I would imagine this is going to be Quinn into... I think this is where it starts to get a little awkward. Even if you did have spell mana going into the next turn, you can't go for that Genevieve Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, it does potentially get awkward here. And this is interesting. It seems as though Seth played around the suit up here. I guess this is better because then the 4/4 can't block twice. It just seemed interesting that if
we
Seth
didn't go in with the Quinn the first time around, yeah.
Right. I guess that just allows the Bannerman and the Stony Suppressor to be safer, but essentially gives up the initial 3 damage from the Quinn.
And Seth is rewarded for it, gets to push a little bit more damage because of that. Because as you had mentioned, if that suit up came out on the scout attack and we lost that Quinn, we'd probably be losing our Stony Suppressor here. And I wonder if it is going to come back to bite Floppy that they chose to kill the Quinn rather than the Stony Suppressor.
Right. I mean, it's very possible. I mean, you think about especially these sort of mid-game turns with pick a card. Like, this pick a card just does not feel good. It feels great when you're able to run these 0 and 1 cost cards, but when all of your cards just get clunked up, you don't even want to cast the pick a card.
And Floppy actually running these Zonite Urchins rather than the Pool Shark. If there's one thing I learned from the list tonight, it's that people are divided on Pool Shark. But while this Zonite stress testing would normally look really good, last turn when you were down to 3 or so mana, you were actually really limited on the amount of cards that you can play off the top of your deck when Stony is there.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely Stony is just it's paying its rent right now, right? Like it's certainly earning its inclusion in this deck, and I think even more so that even though we called it a Scouts Bannerman list, this might just be a Scouts Stony Suppressor list. Bannerman just happens to be there.
And Stony does look really good into everything that players have brought tonight. Fizz, Twisted Fate, and Zoe Leeson being, if not more spells than units, definitely closer to equal. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Floppy's hand still looks really strong. Cephalopod is starting to gas out at this point, stuck on expensive spells of his own. I don't know if he's going to have a board left by the time he can actually play this Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, and the gold card coming out is going to stun one of the Genevieves, and the pressure being put on by Floppy is forcing Seth to not even be able to pull the Twisted Fate, which is generally such a high impact card in all these matchups. I mean, we saw most of EU just being fights over Twisted Fates. Now Seth going to have to take out the 4/1 Poro. He's already down to 6 here, effectively 5 with another ignition being generated.
Yeah, and depending on how everything shakes out here, this is just looking like lethal for Floppy Mudkip with that Burblefish, with that Mystic Shot, and the Ignition.
Yeah, that's 6 damage. Unless I'm wondering, is there enough actions for Seth to get, like, if Seth Relentless Pursuits now?
Seth would have to Relentless Pursuit and then not attack unless an elusive comes down.
Which, honestly,
not impossible.
It's not an impossible line to find, because if Seth casts Relentless Pursuit now, then can develop, let's see, there's 9 mana, so 4, 7. So unfortunately can't cast Relentless Pursuit and Blinding Assault and Misfortune, but can go Relentless Pursuit into Blinding Assault. Yep, Ignition coming down.
This is getting really scary.
It is, because now Seth can either pass or could pull the Twisted Fate with Genevieve if... Oh no, there's not enough actions because Blinding Assault is slow. Yeah, no, this is...
Oh, the Grizzled Ranger is... I mean, Seth doesn't have enough pressure to actually kill Floppy this turn, right? We could just sacrifice these ballistic bots that aren't doing anything for us.
Could see, like, Grizzled Ranger attack only, just to get some damage, and then just, like, hold. I mean, Seth has to put the read, like, there could be Zap, there could be... Because, like, Zap is threatening lethal if it draws Get Excited, right? So,
yeah.
Like, that's not out of the question to play around. Obviously, some amount of Burble Fish plus any amount of burn is also on the table. So it's got to be on Seth's mind. Like, I definitely see Seth finding the, hit end round button here. Or at least, like, you can just attack with the Bertrand here.
I saw Cephalopod circle the Fizz from Floppy's deck and then circle his own Nexus, so I think he is trying to play around an elusive coming down, so
yeah.
we'll get the Scout attack out of the Grizzled Ranger, which makes sense as to why we went for this over the Blinding Assault if we were going to play around these elusives and not take our actual combat phase, going for that single Scout attack. So I think that Seth is going to survive the turn. Question is, does he win next turn? Because Floppy can still find enough burn off the top to end this.
Yeah, absolutely can. I just wonder, like, can Seth ever beat another Mystic Shot drawn, like, regardless of how he plays it?
Don't think so. What I really want to know is Floppy Mudkip going to play pick a card this turn? Because if you pick a card that Mystic Shot, you are just limiting the amount of burn options that you already have. You need to find exactly Get Excited. You can't just find a second Mystic Shot. But if you get rid of the Burble Fish, that might be the green light for Cephalopod to actually go all in with an attack.
Could. He's just going to fire off.
Yep, going to kill that. I would imagine the Burble Fish comes down. We've got lethal with the double ignition next turn, but because all of that is slow speed...
Right.
I think it still works out for Floppy.
It might.
It's questionable because
I don't know. I wonder
you have to block with Twisted Fate here.
Right.
You can't lose either of these ballistic bots.
Yeah, the ballistic bots would have to be blocked. This is going to put Floppy to 3. Okay, can bump
5. Yeah,
can bump there. Puts Floppy to 5. Is this riposte going to end it? I don't think so.
Well, could.
No, because there's just not Seth's not wide enough. Yeah,
I don't think it's going to be enough. I think that the
Floppy
ignitions are gonna be there.
Riposte does not matter.
Seth opens the Stony Suppressor, finds a little bit of a pillar onto it with the Vanguard Bannerman, and then just continues to draw spells and high cost units for the remainder of the game. We didn't see any of that little Cythria that we had mentioned earlier.
Right.
No Bright Steel Protectors or anything like that. Just an unfortunate draw for Cephalopod in this game, I want to say.
Yeah, it does certainly seem relatively unfortunate for him. Yeah. Seth just puts out the attack, says, hey, maybe they don't block and they want to go, they want to be fancy and go to like 1 or something, but yeah, it doesn't matter. That's going to be Ignition ending it, and we're going to be going to a game number 3.
All right, so Seth is down 1 game on the deck that we were a little bit worried about his chances of picking up a win with, but he's going to go into another very spell-heavy matchup in this Lee Sin, where I don't know. I think that the Stony Suppressor actually probably does a little bit more against Lee Sin than it does against this Twisted Fate Fizz deck. Especially gems costing 2 mana. That is a massive deal.
Yeah, and you really want, for Lee Sin, you want your mana, like, specifically in that turn to, like, go back and forth with Lee Sin. Maybe not so much in this matchup, but you definitely want, a lot of mana in 1 turn to be able to cast multiple spells, obviously with Lee Sin, to proc Lee Sin, but also to protect Lee Sin. So that can certainly be an issue for sure if the Stony Suppressor comes out, but we don't even see it.
No, and we do see the Sonic Wave in Floppy Mudkip's hand, playing 2 copies of that card as an answer for these backline units. A lot of Twisted Fates, a lot of Puff Cat Peddlers, a lot of Aphelios. So Lee Sin players really going up on those Sonic Waves, and that's another answer for Stony Suppressor. But Seth flips the switch and just says, I'm going to take the age-old 2019 Bannerman opener of just Fleet Feather Tracker, the Bright Steel Protector, 5 damage.
Yeah, but Floppy Mudkip is saying, this is 2021, my friend. We're playing 3-4 Sparkle Flies and racing.
I mean, to be fair, this is better for Cephalopod than 2019 when we had Standalone on a Kinku Lifeblade
True.
as the answer. So a little bit of a cosplay out of Mudkip here of that age-old strategy. I do think eventually this works out a little bit better for him.
But for how long though? Because with the gems, all of a sudden Standalone is looking like a small price to pay. We're gonna have what, a 6-power lifelink elusive. That's not gonna be great for Seth. Though there is the sharp sight.
Yeah, well, he'd be able to block it on a later turn. I think that Floppy might even have to go in and Sonic Wave one of these units to try and kill the MF on the next turn. You really can't let these scouts stick around, but at the moment we don't have an answer for the riposte, so this might be an MF level, and I don't know about you, Blevins, I have not seen Misfortune level since she lost Overwhelm.
I haven't either, actually, including in the lab, which I played a lot of. Have not seen the MF level up, but that's mostly because we've been seeing nothing but Aphelios and Lee Sin and Fizz and Twisted Fate. It's been their party. MF has taken a little bit of a detour, I suppose.
She's earned a break.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that has happened many times in the LOR community where a card gets nerfed and the community reaction is, ooh, card nerfed, card bad, has happened a little bit with Misfortune, though. I've seen a little bit of Pirate Burn actually come back.
Yeah.
A little bit.
I feel like there's a lot of times where you feel like you need to play the best deck in every circumstance, be it playing ladder, grinding tournaments, whatever. And you are just, after months of doing it, looking for literally any excuse to just not play this deck anymore. You see that nerf come in and you're like, oh, thank goodness. At least for a week or two, I get my reprise from this deck. I don't have to play it anymore. But Mudkip sticking on this Lee Sin, you know, no nerfs coming out to this one. This deck, well, I guess Pale Cascade, but this is the one deck that still runs it en masse.
Yeah, Pale Cascade and Hush, I suppose, kind of are nerfs, but that's also kind of a buff. Hush getting nerfed is a buff for Lee Sin in a way too, so I don't know if it's better or worse for him.
I think he's gonna be fine with it. He seems like a pretty chill dude.
Yeah, he's probably fine. I mean, he's blind, so he can't even see that it's nerfed. So,
but we don't get the removal onto the Misfortune. No Hush for Floppy to be able to take away that barrier. So this MF is going to level here.
MF gonna level, but Lee Sin, I think, is at 2 of 8. So, but that can very quickly change. The question is Floppy gonna be able to get Lee Sin online in time to actually do anything about this massive attack from Cephalopod?
When we don't really find anything off the Deep Meditation, I think we were really hoping for a Hush to be able to take off that MF ability for the turn, but no such luck. And has Cephalopod played any spell other than Riposte? Is there anything remotely playable in this Spell Thief pool?
I don't think so. It's unlikely. I wonder if Floppy can just survive. All he needs is a Zenith Blade.
I'm trying to figure out if Floppy can survive, but it's so hard to do this lifesteal math when I don't know where it's blocking, when it's blocking what. We could even deny this MF ability at some point. Probably end up denying the leveled MF ability. Is that the way to save the most life?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, that stops 3. Playing gems would stop the same amount. So yeah, I mean, that might actually be it. But then you're going into the turn with not that much mana. And I think you need to you might be priced into casting the Deep Med. There will be, if Floppy Mudkip taps everything, there will be 7 mana on the following turn. Can Deep Med and also Zenith Blade and hope that's enough. I don't
know if he's making it through this turn, Blevins. It's looking a little spooky. We still have Sharp Sight available as well.
Yeah. especially considering that lethal is going to be presented just from the MF trigger. So
Yeah,
that
so
deny is definitely coming out then.
Deny's predisposition to go onto the misfortune. She doesn't have overwhelm, so I don't actually know if this is enough damage, but I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah, and Lee
It's
Sin
looking like
also
exact.
priced into blocking.
Yeah, it's looking like exact lethal minus the sharp side, but actually we're gonna buff up the Sparkle Fly a little bit.
Okay, just looking for chumps here, but
So
this
we just
doesn't
die to the MF ability.
Yeah, doesn't this just... Okay, so this was a fancy concession from Floppy. But that's going to be Seth taking it down 2-1, and the the Cephalopod's gambit of just bring the most aggressive stuff that you can think of to this this Twisted Fate Aphelios Fizz world has paid off, at least for one round.
It's a first. It's a first.
It's
Cephalopod
a first.
is looking like he's on a really good track to continue along this fight night. Here we see it picking up a win immediately with that failure at Overwhelm, stumbling a little bit on the scouts, falling to the Twisted Fate, but eventually bringing it Lee Sin in a pretty decisive victory over the Lee Sin deck, despite the lack of Stony Suppressor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's possible that Seth doesn't even want the Stony Suppressor in the Lee Sin matchup, as weird as that sounds. If you have an aggressive draw, like, you don't need to play this back and forth interactive game.
Yeah.
Just play scouts the old fashioned way. I see a 1, I play a 1. Play your Uno game. I see a 2, I play a 2. I press attack, and that's it. And yeah, that's how Cephalopod ends up taking that one. Like you said, pretty decisive victory there, kind of steamrolling the Lee Sin. We will have to wait and see if Cephalopod can continue this this reign of terror. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for some more Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends Americas. We are jumping right into another round one game. We got Trevo versus Finny. We're seeing some TK Soraka versus some Lee Sin Zoe.
So going into this seasonal, there are a lot less polarizing matchups than there were last time around when Fearsome was running around everywhere, and it had very good matchups into this Tom Kench Rocket deck that we're seeing and Go Hard and things like that. I think that while players seem very split on matchups these days, most players are going to tell you that a lot of matchups are close to 50-50 or 60-40 at best. I think that Tom Raka beats Lee Sin about as decisively as a deck can right now.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, this is, I've really only played this from the Lee Sin side, and I can't actually recall how often I've played in this matchup because there's just not a ton of TK Raka these days on the actual ladder. It's almost every once in a while you see someone playing it, but it's kind of been relegated to a tournament deck, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just I don't see it that much anymore. But
you got to play in more tournaments, Blevins.
I do need to play in more tournaments, but I'm only playing in charity tournaments. That's my thing.
That's reasonable.
That I'm arbitrarily putting to take the pressure off of me playing in tournaments.
Yeah. I mean,
anyways, back to the match.
This is looking pretty bad for Finny, mostly due to a lack of Lee Sin, but the entire board is established for Trevo. Not quite sure what this Star Spring is at. I think it ticked up, but I didn't quite catch what the number was.
It's like 6 or something.
Okay, so pretty far away, but I mean,
yeah.
Finny also seems pretty far away from coming back into this game. All it's really going to take is a Lee Sin.
Yep.
But we do still have that Shakedown Hush combo that's going to be able to pop through the Bastion and still silence that unit.
Yeah. We also have the Shakedown attack with a 22 power unit combo as well. That is certainly an option. Though, no, those eyes don't quite have vulnerable yet. But, yeah. There's multiple angles of attack here for Trevo. In fact, opting to just burn a card. I don't even need another Soraka.
It looks like there's going to be a lot of damage pushed onto Finny. This is one of the things I love about this Tom Rocket deck is obviously everybody knows, cardinal rule of Legends of Runeterra. You don't block the Soraka. You don't want to push damage onto these units. Yeah. But with so many 2-attack units in this deck and only a 20 life total in Legends of Runeterra, the damage actually adds up really quickly, and you're forced into this position of, they've got Star Spring on board. I can die to that, or I can just take face damage until I'm no longer among the living. And as helpful as the Eye of the Dragons are, you can't really attack with the Dragonlings for the lifesteal because then the damage is being pushed back onto Trevo. But Finny picks up a very timely Lee Sin.
Yeah, this was the shot, right? This is where it needed to happen. Unfortunately for Finny, there is the Hush, which is kind of the just the catch-all not gonna happen this turn card. So, I mean, maybe Finny can attack, kick the Tom Kench or something. I don't know.
Or something. Sounds about right here, actually, Blevins. It's not looking great for Finny. It's certainly no lethal is going to be presented this turn. Even if there was something like that coming out, Trevo has a lot of tools to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, I mean, could actually... I actually don't like this, the Zenith Blade, because, like you said, there's just no way that lethal is going to come out. Even if Trevo has nothing, it's not going to be lethal. So don't waste your mana this turn setting up the Zenith Blade. You don't need to. Just kick the 26 power unit and go from there. You're going to be able to probably, unless the Star Shaping is only at 12 right now. So you're going to be able to survive the next attack, right? You're not going to die.
I think what Finny's worried about is the amount of healing that's going to come out of this Broadback Protector, and actually goes for the kick on that instead of the Star Shepherd, because
Yeah,
if you do kick this Shepherd, Broadback's going to get him back up to 16 HP before your next turn comes around, and that is a lot of healing, potentially a lethal amount of healing coming onto that unit in order
true.
to win the game through the Star Spring. I think that while the Lee Sin did look right on time, he might have arrived just a minute too late.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is. It almost doesn't matter what one he picks. There's a backup, I think, of pretty much there's backup of
Yeah.
literally every card he could have wanted, that he could have reasonably wanted to pull there, but the old Boxtopus, the rising star of the current meta, though perhaps not because of this deck.
No, old 8-Punch Pablo is finally a championship fighter. He is getting a lot of work done in the Aphelios TF decks, which there are a couple of those in the event. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of that later on.
Yeah.
But Trevo looks like he is carefully dodging the Lifesteal Dragonlings, but this is a little bit sketchy. I mean, that was your way to pop Bastion.
Yeah. I wonder if this is... I guess the 32 power unit's not doing anything anyway.
You might as well throw it at Elise. And generally,
you might as well force. I guess this is actually kind of good, because if we look at the spells in Finny's hand, he doesn't have like a guiding touch or deep meditation that he actively wants to cast. He's gonna have to either commit a hush where he maybe doesn't want to, or pre-commit a Bastion onto Lee Sin. Again, maybe doesn't actually want to do that, just to save the Lee Sin. And then of course the hush can come through and actually kill the Lee Sin. So
is lethal, actually. So Trevo went up to 21 on that Star Spring just now and does have a Crusty Conjure in hand.
Got up to 20. Yeah, it's ridiculous how much healing you can actually get on your unit. So yeah, this was just there was really no really nothing Finny could do. The Lee Sin drawn at the very least one turn too late, perhaps even two.
And Trevo, also feeling like a relative favorite in this tournament. We talked about, 5 players potentially bringing that Lee Sin and Twisted Fate Fizz lineup. The 3 that didn't do it, Cephalopod, Trevo, and I would actually have to check on the last one, have really decent counter lineups. I think that Trevo right now is running the exact lineup that we saw Oe win the EU side of Fight Night with last weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call into the current meta. And I mean, this was one. Yeah, if you guessed the call right, you actually get paid off a lot because of the lack of diversity here. But we see Trevo taking down that first game with the Puff Cap freeze deck. Finny taking game 2 with their Fizz TF, and then of course we just saw the conclusion there. Trevo taking down that game number 3.
So Trevo and all of Team Sultan's really on a hot streak, as they did just pick up their win in the LBR. I don't remember if Trevo himself actually played in the finals, but a win for the team is a win for everybody on it. And Trevo is carrying on that momentum here into Fight Night, picking up a round 1 win.
Yeah, it is definitely a good momentum starter for this event, as we've just concluded all of round 1. And Boulevard, if the tournament continues at this pace, we might be done before tomorrow afternoon, which we could not necessarily say if this is the EU side of the bracket. But we ended up seeing Zinc, our returning champion, take down Ruglu 2-0. Cephalopod, of course, we caught winning. Trevo, we just saw the finale of, and then Kavor actually won 2-0. There's the bracket right there. Kavor winning 2-0 versus Yost with the most. So got a couple of good matchups coming up for round 2. We're actually going to be watching that our returning champion Zinc versus Seth as our feature match for round 2. So this is going to be an interesting one. Seth going to be tested once again against the TF Fizz plus Lee Sin lineup. Not necessarily, it's actually a Felios Lee on the side of Zinc.
And I am curious if that's going to work out for him a little bit better. You know, Zoe doesn't offer a lot in the Scouts matchup, but Calibrum does an insane amount of work against all of the 3 HP units that we have here,
Yep.
even an ability to kill a Stony Suppressor. And as you had mentioned earlier, maybe that's not plan A against Lee Sin, but it's
Hmm.
not really a bad plan B. And if Zinc can take that off the table, I feel really good about that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty much every one of the guns is quite good against against scouts in some way or another. I mean, you can refill your life total with the Severum. You've got the Gravitum to maybe stop a Genevieve or something like that, or even push damage. Of course, Crescendum. I'm just flexing the fact that I can remember the names of the guns at this point. The Crescendum, of course, is going to be pulling 8 punch Pablo as a fully powered 3/4. I mean, Aphelios in general seems pretty good against the deck, but of course, I mean, we've seen it for millennia now. Boulevard, the scouts bannerman kind of can just win regardless of matchup sometimes.
I actually was curious about what two drops we see in this Lee Sin deck because that's this whole other level of deck building consideration that Aphelios brings to the table. You know,
Yeah.
how targeted do I want to make my two drop lineup? And it looks like we are on 3 Eye of the Dragon and 3 Mountain Goat. So, not, still cutting that Sparklefly, but not necessarily cutting down on the goats even to guarantee an Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah.
And even coming in with this Lunari Duskbringer to continue get that
Hmm.
Nightfall ability onto the Aphelios, just another cheap spell for the Lee Sin. And he might be one of the only Veiled Temple players, at least on the Lee Sin side of things, in this tournament.
Yeah, Veiled Temple. Of course, it's just a one of in this deck, and of course, misspoke earlier. I was thinking Aphelios Twisted Fate. I've been seeing so much of that in tournaments on ladder. But I mean, Eye of the Dragon is actually even better than a fully powered 8 punch Pablo against scouts specifically. I mean, that is one of the sort of showstoppers, right? I mean, it's almost more important than Lee Sin in the matchup. If you can get the Eye of the Dragon going, you're going to be in a good spot. And of course, Veiled Temple, able to provide so much value, being able to in that mid game, put that 4 mana investment down on a turn. Maybe you're not losing too much tempo, or the tempo loss doesn't matter. If you're able to get that down, and then you can start double, triple spelling against the Bannerman deck, or even the Overwhelm deck. If you can get that set up, you're going to be in a good spot.
I think that if there is a time for Aphelios to shine, it is certainly going to be here against Cephalopod's aggressive lineup. I mean,
Hmm.
as you had mentioned, the Gravitum doing an insane amount of work against these kinds of decks. And
Yep.
while Zoe does have her place, Crescent Strike is not super consistent. And we still have Spacey Sketcher around, discard these gems, these
Yep.
Dusk Petal Dusts, whatever we need. So I am really curious to see how this one plays out. Should be getting it to you relatively soon here. And I don't know, Blev, how we feeling? Zinc is the returning champion, but Seth, we did just see take down this kind of lineup.
Yeah, it's I mean, i- this is the called shot from Cephalopod, right? I mean, it's very clearly a flag in the sand, a stand being made, and I really like it. I like the call. The hey, I'm either getting first or I'm getting eighth. Deal with it. And I like that call. I like that sort of boldness coming into an event like Fight Night, which is it's very high level, but it gets to a point where you get so high level. Like, what level of rock paper scissors are you at? And it kind of gets insular in a way. And every once in a while, we get one of these fight nights where it's the meta is very sort of known, and someone just has a read on it. And I don't know. I have that feeling about Cephalopod this week. It's feeling like this might be his week, but of course, Zinc has gone and done it one last week. So I don't know. It's a tough call to make for sure.
I love seeing so many of the same lineups. But the mentality that you're going to have when you're just bringing the two best decks and you think everybody else is going to bring the two best decks is
Mhm.
you have to think to yourself at some point, I can just outplay the mirror match. And
Right.
when you have 5 people that all come together saying, I can outplay the mirror match, only one of them is right.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, someone very well may be right, but I mean, this might just be my own personal play style, and me realizing my place in the competitive meta of like I'm just not going to be able to do that, at least not consistently. So anyhow, we're getting into the game here. Zinc leading off with the fizz. He's in there. I mean, I got to call it right now. Zinc definitely very far ahead here because a lot more prismatics on the side of Zinc than there are on Seth's side of the board right now.
I think Seth will prismaticize the deck if he wins tonight, but when you're bringing in this 1st or 8th lineup, the last thing you want to do after you go home in 8th place is look at your fully foiled pile of garbage.
Hey, there's a lot of good playable cards in that list. I mean, you're not going to be too, I mean, you know, Wolf Rider, you know, maybe you're going to regret that one, but also it sees play. It sees play from time to time. I love a prismatic Darius. I think I don't know if I prismatic Darius or not, but hey, I love it.
Blevins, the prismatic peddler, getting an early start here this evening.
It's true. Hey, you gotta. I took round 1 off. I'm giving people, you know, a little bit of a rest. I'm sure, you know, the 18-hour EU cast, people didn't hear it, but now I got to get back on it. I need to be pushing those prismatics.
We're here to talk about the important, like shiny pieces of digital cardboard.
I think that Runeterra cards would be made of cardboard?
I'd be terrified if they were made of metal. Ooh. Which is, I think, the only other alternative. Have you ever had a metal card? Oh, plastic. Yeah, forget about that.
Yeah. The plastic cards are the best. I love plastic cards. A metal card would be pretty sweet.
I think I own 4 or 5 metal cards because those were what the prize cards were made of in the previous games that I played.
There's definitely I own I own yeah, some like novelty, like hard plastic cards as well, but it's neither here nor there. Just prismatic your cards, everybody. Anyways, back to the match. Zinc here. Again, this is a line, a strategy that did not end up working in the first round against Seth, as you know, this deck's pressure forcing the BizTF deck to be the control deck.
Zinc is going to be in for a rude awakening relatively soon. I think he saw a really slow start out of Cephalopod and said, that's great, this is exactly what I needed to see. Might not realize that that is indicative of a 3 Ancient Yeti hand that will eventually start to come down. And actually, they're just being stutter-stepped in a nice cadence here out of Cephalopod, not waiting to get all of those down in one turn and playing out his other units, just playing them as they sort of reach the point that he can play them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this certainly shows an understanding of the deck, right? Because, you know, I want to get as much value out of that mana reduction as possible. I want to be, you know, playing maybe Draven here, and you know, potentially getting a double Yeti turn. But Seth says, you know what? I need to get the damage out now. Let me put what is the most powerful play I can make, and that's playing another Yeti, even though it will be reduced in cost. You love to see it.
So you know, just as a caster, I mostly watch tournaments, which means that I do not have a lot of experience in telling you how a leveled Twisted Fate deals with an Overwhelm Freljord Noxus deck. My guess is that it's not going to be great. While the gold card is obviously going to be very good to, you know, get rid of that Darius, there's still going to be 3 Ancient Yetis that are coming in at you, and Cephalopod doesn't have a choice. This Twisted Fate is going to level. We can't stop that. Now we have to ask ourselves, how do we win around it? And I think all it's going to take is a top deck decisive maneuver.
Yeah, I mean, leveled up Twisted Fate is great, and like you said, the gold card, sure, that stops one of the threats, but red card, that's just tickling Seth's units at this point. Blue card, whatever, draw more of your cards that aren't killing my units. I don't care. Seth can just kind of go over it, and like you said, all the damage that happens to this deck, it sticks. And we see the second Darius, that's turning into a Decimate. That's guaranteed 4. That puts you know, Zinc at effectively 8 here. There's gonna be another Yeti plus a Wolf Rider potentially, I think. Is there enough mana for that?
Maybe,
right? Yeah.
This is one of those considerations of you are playing against a deck that can almost certainly get to gold card at burst or fast speed in combat.
Yeah.
If it was something like go hard, you know, maybe you have an argument to just go in for the open attack. I don't think it really matters too much if you let them, you know, play a unit to get the blue card, go for 2 spells in combat. So I do like the development out of Cephalopod here, especially because he has so much of it to do.
Oh, absolutely. One thing, so I've played a little bit of, not this obviously specific build of the Overwhelm Freljord Noxus deck, but I have played versions of it. And the first thing that I learned about this deck was you do not open attack. You do not have to open attack. This is your game to play. You dictate the speed at which the game is played. If you don't want to open attack, you don't need to. And a lot of times, there's not really too many punishes for it.
Looks like Zinc is going for removal onto the Ancient Yeti, one of the 3 Ancient Yetis here, but with that Troll Chant in Cephalopod's hand, this unit will not die. I haven't really been able to math out how all of this is going to line up, even without the Darius hit. The Decimate might still be enough for lethal on the next turn. I don't think that Zinc gets to hold on to enough of the board in order to go for an open attack lethal, especially if we're committing Mystic Shot onto one of these Yetis.
Yeah, Darius is going down, or is going to be stunned, so we can take that out of the equation. But there's going to be 5, 10, 15, 19 power coming through. Assuming Troll Chant is going to save this Yeti, which I don't see why it wouldn't. Zinc can block up to 3, 4, 5. Plus 4 from Suit Up is 9, 10. Another Burble is 11. So that means that I think 8 comes through. If nothing
Finish
else
off the Yeti with the Mystic Shot, but this is still a lot of burn out of Zinc's hand, who certainly, if they manage to survive the turn, has to win on the open attack or in response to the Decimate.
Yeah. Although, yeah, it's going to be close. And I think the math works out that depending on Zinc might not have to block with Twisted Fate, potentially, because now there's only 14 coming through. Suit Up is going to be able to mitigate 4 of that. That puts Zinc to 2. That's risky. Yeah, I think if Zinc wants to be out of Decimate range, gonna have to block with the Twisted Fate.
Zinc might be able to risk it all here. You can take this block, go down to 2, throw down your Burblefish, pick a card to try and find a burn spell. And if you find it, you probably win. But you do have to be cognizant of Troll Chance and Decisive Maneuvers, so that would actually be an extremely risky play on the side of Zinc.
Yeah, I mean, he needs a lot of burn, though. That's the problem.
He only needs 1 burn.
Oh, yeah. 3, 6.
So that's 8
true.
on the open red card.
Yeah.
Can he find it? Nope.
Miss.
No.
Miss.
No.
Miss.
And no.
Miss. So that's just gonna.
That's it. Yeah.
Be game, right? Yeah, especially since even though iterative is burst, the blue card, because the attack was not declared, ends up making it effectively a fast spell here, and that's just going to be Decimate put on the stack.
I mean, Cephalopod's lineup, we saw it do what it needed to do in round number 1. Looks to be doing it again here in round number 2, taking a pretty quick win over Zinc.
Yep. And that is
does Zinc not realize this is a
Darius's,
right?
That is Darius's Decimate. I was gonna say that is the look of someone who is looking at the deck list and doesn't see Decimate. Technically true. Yeah, that is the look of someone who was not playing around Decimate, because technically, yes, it's not in the deck. Oh, but Darius's Decimate is in the deck. And that, my friends, is why you always look for the corner case, even or almost especially when you're just trying to be annoying to your co-caster.
There are so many times I've seen players get blown out by Draven's Whirling Death because they just forget about these single use case champion spells. I mean, Garen's Judgment is one that everybody keeps on the mind at all times. But outside of that, yeah, you do have the potential to get blown out by these. And even a player of Zinc's caliber, previous Fight Night winner, falls to the Darius's Decimate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Zinc, because I think, obviously we saw the proof. I mean, I could kind of tell, like, the look on Zinc's face. It was like, you could tell looking at second screen, looking at the deck list, looking back at the screen, reading, okay, I see Decimate, look back at the deck list, there's no Decimate. messages Seth. I mean, they're friends, so it was likely a, hey, you're playing an illegal card, and then looking back, seeing Darius's and going, crap.
Oh, but now we get to see the scout deck that we've been talking so much about, and a Stony Suppressor in the opener of Cephalopod. All right, Blevins, have you played a lot of Twisted Fate Fizz yourself?
I have. I hit Masters this season with it.
Me too. How do you feel about Coral Creatures instead of Pool Shark?
I was running Coral Creatures exclusively, actually. I really like the Coral Creatures. This is pre-stress testing, mind you, but I like the Coral Creatures a lot, and I never ran Pool Shark. Now I would, if I had to, I would likely go the Zonite Urchin route, but Coral Creatures always felt good to me.
I'm a big Pool Shark fan.
I mean, I can see it. I definitely I respect it, but I don't know. I never felt good about Pool Shark. It never clicked for me.
That's fair, I guess.
I was always a Jagged Butcher over Pool Shark, and I'm a Coral Creatures over Pool Shark type of player too. So
just have something against ferrets. He's like a ferret, right?
He looks like a ferret or a weasel. I don't even know.
Like
Are ferrets and weasels the same thing?
They're similar enough that I would let you have it.
What about no, lemmings are definitely not. No, that's too far away. I don't know. If anyone can explain the difference between a ferret and a weasel.
If you say the word lemming to me, I do not have a baseline of what that animal looks like. I could not try to describe a lemming to you for whatever reason.
Oh, they're little like humanoid looking creatures with green hair from an early 90s MS-DOS game, I think.
That is the wildest description for an animal I've ever heard.
There was a game called Lemmings from the early 90s, but no, they're like little shrew or rodent-like characters. I don't know. Anyways, back to the match. This is the Blevins Boulevard banter hour where we
look at Zinc get totally destroyed by Stony Suppressor. This is why the card is in the deck. Your opponent finds hands like this, and while we did see Cephalopod fall in this specific matchup in the previous set, looks like they're going to have a much better chance here.
Yeah, and I mean, there even still is 3 spells in the hand of Seth, and it's making them cost prohibitive, but also there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards in Zinc's hand that are currently getting taxed. This is the nightmare scenario for Zinc here.
And that's going to make it so difficult to even get an initial Burble Train online, getting these down to 0 mana. Forget about the iterative improvement line. That's more or less off the table this game, unless you want to commit the 4 mana for this Get Excited, which I don't think this is a bad time to do it while you do have that fleeting card that you're going to lose at the end of the turn anyway. Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't get better, right? Like, you hate to do it, but it's not going to get better. The issue, of course, is that we can see that riposte, which I think Seth is likely to Windmill Slam, considering there's no other card for him to even be able to cast this turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you think your opponent is 10-headed bluffing you, but actually they just don't have anything else to do. And Zinc looks like he's agonizing over this. He does not look happy about the prospect of having to get excited this Stony Suppressor.
I mean, it went so downhill so quickly for Zinc. It was, I mean, what I would consider a Fight Night bingo card square of losing with a leveled Twisted Fate, because of just a mental misstep, honestly, just forgetting that Darius's Decimate is a card, into just nightmare scenario Stony Suppressor draw from opponent. Like, this is the type of loss that really takes you off beat, right? Like, these are the ones you just kind of have to, through sheer force of will, force out of your mind if you're Zinc Elemental. Yeah, Cephalopod actually queuing up the wrong board here, because as we can see, he is living in Magical Christmas Land, but brought this Ionia board instead. So I'll have a chat with him about that later, sending postcards from the wrong places. But once again, absolutely no answer for this. And actually, this is not what I expected. This
basically just a concession followed by an actual
Love to see it.
concession.
The classy concession. You love to see it from Zinc. That was, I mean, what can you say? Reigning Fight Night champion, has a little bit of a misstep in game one, ends up costing him into just, like you said, magical Christmas land from Seth, and we can see it there, the 2-0 taken from Seth, but whew, that was a beating for Zinc.
It's a first. Cephalopod continuing down this dominating track takes out another Twisted Fate Fizz Lee Sin lineup. And
Yeah.
we talked so much about this Aphelios in the Lee Sin deck coming into this and just don't even get to see it because,
Yeah.
and this is a statement you're not going to hear us say often, Zinc got 2-0'd on the Twisted Fate Fizz deck.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that absolutely. I mean, people have been talking about, like, how do you beat this Twisted Fate Fizz deck? How do you do it? What actually targets it? We don't know. Maybe Seth has the answers, and we're going to be finding out more about whether or not Seth has these answers when we come back from a short break. Stay tuned here in Fight Night Legends. Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping right into another game here. Round number 2, Trevo versus Kavor. I believe, yes, Trevo is up 1-0 here and is setting up the Hex Core deck.
I forgot Kavor was playing pirate aggro. I'm sitting here looking. I'm like, what is this? I see Bilgewater, but this doesn't look like a Twisted Fate deck.
This doesn't have Twisted Fate in it. Wait, or does it?
Wait,
could.
how did
No,
that atrocity get here?
It got there from.
It's gotta be
I
Petty
know what it is.
Officer into Mage Seeker Conservator into Atrocity.
Yep.
Which is an absolutely insane high roll, I think.
Yes, it absolutely is. That's amazing, though, and certainly not something that would ever be played around in 1,000 years. But I actually probably won't end the game because of frostbites potentially. Yeah. But man, that is hilarious. Yeah. Petty Officer or Island Navigator into Mage Seeker Conservator. Wow. Insane.
All right, so a Troll Chant lined up. This is going to play around the Death's Hand really nicely.
Yeah.
And, just 2 damage being pushed through here by Kavor this turn, as we see Trevo did pick up their win with that other deck and has the Foundries in hand, but it's a scary prospect to actually get these down about burn. But I think Trevo is about to be in the position where you just have to. You don't have any cards to play the game with, and the Shroom plan doesn't really work against burn unless you've got that Foundry down.
Yeah, it absolutely. This is generally one of the decks that is scarier to play. The Hex Course against when they have so many cheap spells and they've got direct burn. But there are some clunkier cards to play. There are, of course, the 3 Decimates, which are expensive. Salvage is another card, quite expensive, and even the Noxian Fervors and Death's Hands. Like it 3 mana is not nothing, and when your hand is completely full, it doesn't matter how many cards are in your hand when you can only play 1 or 2 a turn. So we will see. But we'll see if the Hex Cores get developed. But I do agree with you. There's really not a win condition outside of that right now for Trevo.
Yeah, now losing the Ballistic Bot. Maybe Trevo had the option to slow roll it a little bit with that Ballistic Bot Puffcat Peddler combo. Just see how long we can ride this out with the freezes that we are top decking. But finds a very timely Sejuani, and that is going to get the best Atrocity target in Kavor's deck out of the way.
Trevo talking with another Fight Night alumnus, Varcha, rejoicing at the fact that Sejuani showed up. But yeah, I mean, that is clearly another win condition for Trevo, is to just get the classic Teemo Sejuani puff caps, freeze your board every turn. That's gonna be likely good enough against Kavor here with a relatively healthy 12 life.
It's always a little sketchy when your opponent's playing things like Decimate. Let me just check the deck list real quick. Okay, no Captain Farron in sight, so not going to have to worry about that. But there's still, a couple of Death's Hand like we saw earlier. Noxian Fervor is almost guaranteed to be able to go face. There's not a lot of removal in the deck of Trevo. It's mostly Frostbites and these kind of stall-like effects. So while things aren't looking great for Kavor, there's a lot of wiggle room that they still have. Trevo is a long way off of winning this game. I think we saw 9 puff caps in deck.
Oh, that's not great. Well, there's one of them, though.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, was that 2?
Yeah.
That's almost worse. That's actually worse for Trevo, because Trevo would rather have that be 1 and 1 and get 2 procs off Sejuani. Boulevard, what are the chances that this Atrocity ends up being massively game changing here?
Oh, if Kavor has any shot at winning this game, I would imagine Atrocity has to play a part in it.
Yeah. That's so crazy. I almost just want to see what the reaction from Trevo is if that happens, because it's like, I mean, we came in at what, round 5 or so, and we had to deduce how that atrocity came into hand. Trevo's not been thinking about that Mage Seeker Conservator for quite some time.
Especially because there are some cards that your opponent could get that they're just never going to play. Your opponent holding it back for this long isn't necessarily indicative that it's this insane high roll like atrocity, as it might just be for the Fallen or something along those lines. Just a card that they're realistically never going to play.
Yeah. The Skies Descend.
The Skies Descend is a good one.
Oh, there's another proc of Sejuani. Now, how close is Sejuani to leveling at this point?
She's got to be at least 3 out of 5.
It's at least 3. Yeah, we've seen 2 mushroom hits, and I guess the Sejuani hit didn't do damage because it just killed the gangplank.
Yeah. And
4 out of 5.
This could be a really big push with the Fury of the North.
Yeah.
And I think that Trevo is just, despite losing the Ballistic Bot, is just in a position where they're going to slow roll this. They're not going to throw down these Hex Core Foundries at any point. There's not enough Puff Caps in Kavor's deck to make it worth it. And at 6 HP, you have to be really afraid of any amount of burn coming out of your opponent's deck. Because at this point, a Decimate is basically lethal when we take into account Crackshot, Corsair, Grenadier damage.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. Which really makes me wonder if Trevo is able to take this one down with effectively just 2 blank cards in hand. How good of a choice is Pirate Aggro right now?
That would certainly be a demoralizing defeat for Kavor.
Okay, dodges a Puff Cap this turn, which is certainly very good for Kavor to dodge it this turn, because that would level up the Sejuani.
And we're seeing Kavor go in with everything, trying to take advantage of the wide board, going to sacrifice these crack shots in order to ensure that at least 1 unit gets through.
Yeah. And this is going to be the freeze used by Trevo. Currently shields down from a freeze perspective. This is... Wait, this is going to deal 2, put Trevo to 4. The atrocity next turn on the crack shot, or on the Grenadier, threatens 4.
Yeah. Kavor might just need to find it with this atrocity. Trevo, because Trevo's been holding back those foundries for so long, I don't know if Kavor is going to go for it before they're put into a situation where they have to, which does just give Trevo more time to try and find that freeze.
Now, Sejuani, the Sejuani levels with the initial shroom, another point of damage will proc the Sejuani, right? I think.
Yep. But if it's 2 shrooms drawn off the same card, that's all the same instance of damage.
Right.
Or are we just going for it now? We're just gonna throw out the atrocity.
Right, because of the keg. Because of the keg. Wow. This is unbelievable. Yeah, this is just it.
That's gonna work. That is
Trevo. Trevo currently going to do their best Zinc impression. Maybe message Kavor saying, this isn't in your deck. Because technically it's not, but that's going to be the GG given. And hey, Boulevard, you called it. That was absolutely devastating. The atrocity pull from the petty officer into Mage Seeker Conservator. Is that is that the one? The 1-drop? Yes. Then that proccing and giving the atrocity. That's is that Deech getting Infinite Mind Splitter in a deck that should not have Infinite Mind Splitter levels of
it's definitely close. That's a Zinc Beam if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that is a Zinc. That is a Zinc Conservator. Yeah, that's a Zinc Beam right there.
Especially because the second petty officer was necessary, with the keg to actually present lethal there. But Trevo didn't bring an anti-pirate aggro lineup. He brought an anti-Lee Sin lineup. So Kavor, by no means out of the woods just yet, now has to take the matchup that Trevo was looking for.
Yeah, and this is certainly this can certainly be a nightmare matchup for the Lee Sin side, because you really don't have a way to deal with a leveled Sejuani. and Teemo can get some pesky damage in early and really be annoying as well. Now this is interesting because now because Trevo didn't develop the Teemo last turn, Kavor is going to be able to play the Sparkle Fly and effectively, stop the first Teemo hit. That's 5 fewer shrooms in play. That's 1 less Sejuani level tick. I think it's actually a pretty big misstep to not play the Teemo on turn 1 there.
Yeah, and now with this Mentor of the Stones coming down, Trevo's never going to have an opportunity to get in with this Teemo. I think that this Butterfly is just going to the moon. It's just going to keep on getting bigger, and Kavor has not actually been able to draw any spells yet, so we've got a lot of gem generators that we're just going to be able to keep pumping into this, potentially even just go wide with the Eye of the Dragons. And if Kavor is going to find a win, this might, as unorthodox as it looks, be one of the hands to do it with.
Yeah, and this is certainly, I mean, I've won many a game like this where it's, hey, Lee Sin, it can be plan B or C. You can go the goat plan, you can go the Sparkle Fly plan, you can play eyes, you can do all the above, get that wide board and just play sort of a, an Ionia Targon aggressive deck and be fine, especially in a matchup like this where there's not really a ton of punishes for plays like this. And then if it doesn't work, you've gained a bunch of life, you've done some chip damage, and then can finish the game off with Lee Sin.
Like here we see Trevo proactively using this Elixir of Iron. It's probably one of the better uses for it, just, getting it down in combat on one of these units, but it doesn't feel like a great play because you are still having that goat replaced by the gem, which is going to represent a significant amount of lifesteal, as well as continuous spells for these Eye of the Dragons to just pump out Dragonlings and go wide.
Yeah, the Elixir of Iron's not super high value, of course. And getting some use out of it is probably fine here, but obviously would rather it have a Puff Cap Peddler in play to at least generate a couple of mushrooms, and not going to happen here. And Trevo is going to be able to have the time of the Sparkle Fly's life, making it a 5/4 with a Dragonling generated as well.
Okay, well, at the very least, Trevo did find, that piece of Sparkle Fly removal in the Thermogenic Beam. And
sure,
you're never actually going to be able to Thermogenic Beam a Lee Sin. Just get that thought out of your mind at any point in your life. It's not happening. But that's what all the Frostbite effects are in your hand for. So I think that it's very reasonable that we don't do this and instead just Troll Chant to reduce the damage and let this Sparkle Fly live and continue to stop our Teemo from hitting the Nexus, apparently.
Yeah. It's I have thermoed my fair share of Lee Sins, but only because the players I was playing against, I'll say, didn't understand the matchup. Is what I'll say. But
there are times where you can beat out the barrier, but for the most part, don't do it. Don't try it. It's scary.
What I'll say is I didn't have to work that hard to be able to do it. Is what I'll say. Not everyone starts at mastery. But anyhow, yeah, this is really looking like a kind of a clunky hand for Trevo. The early Lee Sin coming out.
Kavor says you don't have thermo mana for the Lee Sin. You can go ahead and kill the Sparkle Fly, but the Lee Sin will survive, which I don't think Trevo's too mad about with all this Frostbite.
Yeah, honestly, this is actually quite good. It's still a relatively clunky hand. Trevo definitely wants Hex Core Foundries in this matchup for sure. As the additional cards are just going to be clunking up the hand of Kavor. Here,
I think this is where we see Sparkle Fly number 2 come down, stop the Teemo, but at least we get a little bit of damage pushed through with the Sejuani onto this Eye of the Dragon. So a little bit of the lifesteal tamed, but still looking pretty good for Kavor. It feels like a weird sentence to say, right? There is enough Frostbite that the Lee Sin's never really going to get to do much, and we do, I do like these attacks a little bit better. Just pushing through with the Sejuani. If Lee Sin gets barrier, Lee Sin gets barrier.
Yeah, it can get barrier, but it can also kill. It could possibly kill the Sejuani here.
You would need, can't it?
Maybe. I guess maybe it can't. Oh, right. Never mind.
Did you forget about the
Nerf Pale Cascade, everybody. Nerf Pale Cascade. No, this makes sense. You know, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it's trading. It's essentially trading health off of your Sejuani, for you know, spell commitments from Kavor, which is fine. It's also a check, right? Because there might not be spells that they want to cast. I mean, this is going to force Kavor to cast Pale Cascade and Guiding Touch, which in this case is probably fine for Kavor. It is going to be a mana tax, though, which is not necessarily what, which is a way to, you know, get ahead in this matchup. Lee Sin, very mana intensive deck, and wants to have a lot of mana on the specific turn that you're trying to go off.
And I was going to say that Trevo was, with this attack ordering, just saying, I'm never going to level the Sejuani. We're already on turn 6. I have 0 procs, but actually a mushroom drawn there by Kavor, so does still get the proc for the turn.
Okay. That takes the 1 proc.
But Trevo is now loaded up on the triple Sejuani. And this is why I've stopped calling the deck Teemo Sejuani and started calling it Frostbite Foundry, because a lot of players are moving into the Ezreal, and a big reason for that is what these triple Sejuani hands look like. There's a reason that nobody plays Fury of the North in any main deck anymore.
Yeah, it's just not powerful enough. The combo is good, right? Like if you can get the, you know, have a bunch of puff caps in the deck and have a leveled Sejuani out, that's great. But like even that is not a. I wouldn't even call it a soft lock. It's like a squishy lock. It's not like it's not even a lock really. It's just kind of good. It's kind of value. It's not insane though.
I don't know what to make of this hand from Trevo other than the fact that it is not looking good. We kind of really need a Hexcore Foundry and then to just top deck good thing after good thing, because once again we have a big Sparkle Fly coming in and threatening our life total.
Yeah, the good news for Trevo is that Lee Sin is not leveled up this turn, so a Frostbite can simply deal with this. Actually, Harsh Winds can deal with this whole turn, which is pretty good. It's not super mana efficient. You know, you're using almost all of your mana, but you're gonna be you're gonna be 1 mana up on your opponent, and you know, Trevo's not Kavor's not actually really doing anything except for making the Sparkle Fly a little bit bigger, but it's not the end of the world yet. They're actually going to put the buff on the Lee Sin, which seems fine. Trevo can also just hit okay here. Take 6. Teemo's not doing anything anyway.
Yeah. I guess, so if you go to 7, how big can this Sparkle Fly get between all the gems coming out of the Mentor Blade? I think it gets up to 6 attack.
They could, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus a Zenith would be 6, yeah.
I think that Trevo needs to go in with this Teemo next turn and just start firing off Fury of the Norths to take care of this Sparkle Fly.
Sure. I definitely don't hate it. And Trevo says, I'm going in with everything because I've got a lot of Fury of the Norths to cast here. And actually, I imagine part of the reasoning behind this attack is to turn on one of these turn one of these Fury of the North back into a Sejuani, because it's actually just much better as a Sejuani than it is a Fury of the North.
Yeah, this is a scary attack for Trevo still, but I do think his back is against the wall, because if Hush came down onto this Teemo after you commit the Fury of the North, that's going to feel really bad for you.
Yeah.
And what's going to feel even worse, though, is if you end up redrawing one of these Sejuanis. One of the great parts about drawing all your bad cards is that your deck should be left full of gas, but, you know, when you play these champion spells, it just puts another dead card back into your deck. But I don't think Trevo's going to be able to last Blevins. This is looking a little bit too rough.
Yeah, Lee Sin already having Overwhelm, already being at effectively 8 attack, because when he levels up, he'll gain the additional attack. With 4 gems in hand, like it's not even a question from Trevo's side, like it is already determined that the lethal is going to be presented. But I mean, Trevo has, you know, 2 freezes in hand, plus the Sejuani. If for whatever reason Kavor doesn't open burst with Lee, he's got a development punish. Not that I expect that to happen.
One thing that Kavor can do that's really big-brained is, because the Lee Sin is still unleveled, you can once again go and challenge that Teemo next turn, and then, assuming you line yourself up to 7 out of 8 spells, you know, they throw a Frostbite down onto the Lee Sin, you play something to level the Lee Sin, it gets that 1 attack back in combat, and that's enough to kill the Teemo, but Trevo draws a Hex Core Foundry, and that is exactly what he needed in the situation to try and find some way back into this.
Yeah, but is it too little too late? The Hexcore Foundry is going to do literally nothing on this turn. Kavor is... Whew, okay, there's 2 damage. Lee Sin leveled. Now every attack phase is a lethal attack for essentially the rest of the game for Kavor.
Bastion that we might even pre-commit to get 2 freezes out of Trevo. Pre-committing Bastion's always a little bit scary into Troll Chant decks, though. It's sort of a free way for them to just get rid of that and then still put through the Frostbite, but I do like the idea of forcing your opponent to have 2 of those effects.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It again, much like the attack before, it's a check. Like, hey, do you have the thing, or do I just win this turn? And Trevo, fortunately for Trevo, does have the thing. Still going to be able to kick this this Teemo though, and kill it potentially with Pale Cascade if Kavor wants to.
Do we know what this Sejuani's at? Because I feel like it's either 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5, and either one of those is
2.
Significantly lower than Trevo needs it to be to eke this one out. It looked like 3 when they hovered the deck really quickly.
3. Yeah, that's 3. So Sejuani kind of out of the running here. Although if Puffcap is drawn here, it'll be 4. Then there's a Mystic Shot. Okay. And another freeze. And a Teemo. Ooh, Zoe drawn is big.
Yeah, just Trevo continuously getting stalwarted on this Teemo plan, just elusive after elusive out of Kavor, to the point where we're not even going for the Eye of the Dragon. We are going for the Zoe and saying, no, I need this Teemo to hit your Nexus if I'm going to have any chance in this game. It's perfectly reasonable.
I mean, plus this pushes 4 damage with the Sejuani pulling the Zoe. So, I mean, I like this a lot. This is effectively 5 to the face, just base right now with the attack with Sejuani and the Teemo, plus the Shrooms. Can Trevo level Teemo with the Puff Cap? I don't know.
I don't think so. I think the Teemo hit does need to go off before we actually have 15 in deck, but, you know, can't be overlooked. Trevo did top deck another Harsh Wind, so we have another freeze for the Lee Sin on the next turn, just buying ourselves some time, and maybe that's what we need to get towards this Sejuani level and start permanently frostbiting the board out of lethal range for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, next turn, a Puff Cap will level Sejuani, and there's a Mystic Shot in hand to go to Kavor's face. Now, we know that will get notified, but if it's if both cards have a Shroom on them, then it is first action is frozen board on the side of Kavor, and Trevo might not even need to use the Harsh Winds, which would be insane.
Things are starting to look up for Trevo, but still got a lot of ground to cover. But honestly, not that much. Kavor's down to 5 HP.
And there's 5 Puff Caps, so technically could be lethal draw here. Yeah. Now, do you commit these Puff Caps here?
I don't think you're doing anything else with them.
Yeah, I think you have to. Obviously, you know, you're not banking on Kavor drawing 5 here, but you know, you want Kavor to draw at least 1 on one of these cards, and then if you can get the shroom, that is really good.
It's a very real possibility. I mean, we talked about the lack of shrooms in Kavor's deck, but this is Lee Sin. Kavor's drawn a fair amount of cards this game.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a whole lot left in deck. I still want to say it's probably hovering baseline spitballing here, probably around a 40% chance to draw a mushroom. So you take that back to back, and I'm not going to be able to do the math here on cast. That's way too complicated for me.
Yeah, there's 18 cards and 10 puff caps. So looking at, drawing just over just under 1/2 of a puff cap. On another freeze. There's a puff cap. That's a leveled Sejuani.
Yeah, and with the 2 freezes in hand, this could be enough for Trevo to continue to lock down the board for the remainder of the game. And an Iceveil Archer, too, just in case Kavor has some kind of development. But I would imagine we're just going to try for this Lee Sin lethal immediately, see where we go from there. And the answer is straight down to 0 attack.
Yeah. The second... And maybe Kavor has to try... Okay, so Kavor can get Lee Sin back to 5 attack, which would do 10 damage. Like after a freeze, can get Lee Sin back up to 5 attack. Or sorry, can get
3
up to 3 attack. I don't know why I thought 5.
Oh, we're just going to go for the cheeky Mystic Shot on the Nexus first. Say, what do you have for this one? And then we'll commit the freeze after the fact.
Smart. Oh, that's going to be harsh winds coming down.
Okay, so we are still losing our Teemo here. Not electing to protect that.
Yeah. I wonder if taking the 6 damage... Going to 5, is that a difference maker? I think it is, right? Because as we know, like, well, there's publicly 2 attack, so that would be 4 damage coming in on the Lee Sin. And if there is, anything else that could potentially just be forcing you to use your other Frostbite on Lee Sin, which I don't think Trevo wants, so is going to end up sacrificing the Teemo here.
And it's a small thing to sacrifice the Teemo. While it would be nice to be able to double the amount of puff caps in Kavor's deck, we're actually just going to even see the Pale Cascade go for additional lifesteal, and would imagine the Resonating Strike going to do this. Yep, the exact same thing. So not trying to push damage with this Mountain Goat, instead just going for as much lifesteal as possible. And it's enough to get the freeze out of Trevo.
Yeah. A little bit, I guess maybe not that risky, because there's realistically... The most damage that could come out from Lee Sin is an additional 4, I guess, depending on how many. I guess if there's like 2 Lee Sins in hand, could go Sonic Wave Resonating Strike twice on Lee Sin and push, get it up to 4 and do 8 damage. So it's not even lethal. So I like the play from Trevo. It's, not only saving the Teemo, but also, putting Kavor, reasonably in range of just dying to puff caps. There's going to be 4 draws happening at least.
And Kavor is still in a really rough spot. You could throw down the Sparkle Fly here as an elusive blocker, but then Sejuani comes down onto it next turn. You're probably going to have to commit this Hush to the Teemo. Actually, you can't afford to. It's so awkward because when the Sejuani comes down, you have to Hush Sejuani to stop the overwhelm onto this Sparkle Fly.
Yep.
Unless we just see lethal off the top.
Yeah, this is looking bad for Kavor. Of course, this was, there were no shrooms drawn. This is just gonna be brutal.
Yeah, you can't even hush your Sparkle Fly to take the vulnerable off of it, because then the Teemo just gets through.
Right.
I mean, I guess hushing your Sparkle Fly might actually be better than hushing the Sejuani, because it stops Kavor from being able to attack with it. You still get to hang on to the Sparkle Fly potentially. for a later turn and block that Sejuani with the Lee Sin. I don't think it's ultimately going to matter too much.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough line to find as well. Hushing your own Sparklefly when your opponent has both a leveled Sejuani and a leveled Teemo. That's a tough one for sure. Ugh. Okay, it's gonna be an attack.
I like going Teemo first because if
Yeah.
Kavor does buff up this Sparklefly, then you still
Yep.
re-Frostbite it with the Teemo.
Yep, I agree. I agree. I think this is a mistake. I mean, it's not going to end up mattering here. So, are we just on
Actually,
Shroom RNG at this point?
it's got to be, but there's a very good chance that you're going to be able to win that way, right? I think what Kevor is debating right now is, do I have to pump all of these buff spells into the Sparklefly to try and just gain as much life back as possible?
I think so. What are your other plays? I mean, you even have a pre-committed Bastion on Lee Sin for lethal. Like your attack is going to be lethal, right? So you just need to not die. You have I mean, if there's like a Mystic Shot or something, you've got answers to that. It's just you need to not die this turn, and just hope. You just need to hope.
So we've got 18 shrooms in 15 cards, 2 draws. We're looking for 4 damage. That's
not favored.
I don't think it's on the side of Trevo. Throw another 5 in there for good measure.
Still, I think still
actually
not favored.
You only have to draw 1 mushroom, and then Sejuani freezes the entire board.
Oh, that's right.
I know that Sejuani hasn't done that, so we kind of forgot about it, but
yeah, the draw.
There's
one.
Yep. That is a frozen Lee Sin, and I am not seeing enough damage in hand.
1, 2, 3. That can do 6. That ain't it, Chief. Trevo has the beauty of being able to just hit okay, but is going for the lethal. Did he get it? He got it. I think that potentially could have been a misplay there, giving your opponent an extra card. But if that card has a landmine on it, you just hand it over.
Yeah, that was the matchup that Trevo was looking for, and that means, I believe, on the winner's side, we are eventually going to run into, I think on the next match here, Cephalopod versus Trevo. 2 of the very anti-Lee Sin, Twisted Fate looking lineups are going to run into each other here in the winner's finals.
Yeah, we saw Trevo able to eke it out in that last match. I gotta say, these puff cap decks are super fun to watch and cast. I'm not sure if the same sentiment goes to playing with or against it, but we'll see. Let's take a look at the bracket here. As you alluded to, Boulevard, we've got our 2 anti-meta lineups working as intended as they both make it into the winner's final. We'll be catching that match up next, but we also saw Mudkip advance over Ruglu and Yosu the Most over Finny in losers bracket. We'll be seeing more of those losers bracket matches as they progress, but we'll be seeing, of course, the winners final, Cephalopod versus Trevo, before those.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this one plays out. I'd have to like take a little bit of a deeper dive into these decks before we toss it to break and kind of see, what we think is going to be able to come out on top here.
Yeah.
It's so hard to say because Teemo Sejuani, once again, you don't want to throw down those foundries against these burn style decks, and Stony Suppressor, once again, looking pretty okay against Teemo Sejuani, if I had to say so.
I would think so. Yeah. Yeah, all of your, I mean, like 7 mana harsh winds, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Even the 2 mana ignitions add up pretty immediately.
Yeah, they really do. And but on the flip side of that, like the Ceph's decks are aggressive, but like they're not necessarily super cheap. I mean, some of the stuff is, Stony Suppressor's cheap, obviously the Fleet Feather Trackers and Cythria, but like the champions, I mean, 3 mana Misfortune is kind of cheap, but 5 mana Quinn, not so cheap. Grizzled Ranger, 4 mana. The Bannermans, the Genevieves, all that's going to get clump up in your hand if you're drawing 2 cards a turn. And as we've seen before, like concerted strike, riposte, all those things add up, right? So if it doesn't line up quite right for Seth, the hex core deck might be able to take it there. And yeah, there it is. The deck we just saw get that W, the Timo Sejuani, or the hex core freeze deck that we just saw Trevo get the dub with. Certainly a deck that's been around for a little bit in varying levels. I think it kind of went from meme to actual real deck kind of overnight, to me at least.
Yeah, Hexcore Foundry and Ballistic Bot were exactly what a deck like this was looking for. And as we
Yeah.
talk about this matchup going into Cephalopod, these are not small units on the side of Trevo. Basically, everything has 3 attack, and I'm even counting Ballistic Bot in that because of the quickness with which these ignitions are going to be firing off, getting that up to a big unit.
Hmm.
And that means that the freezes offer a lot of trading power on the side of Trevo, and that pairs
Yeah.
very well into both Scouts and Overwhelm.
Yeah, you absolutely can. I mean, Troll Chant, of course, is the blocker's delight, right? If you can set up blocks, nice. I mean, like you mentioned, Puff Cap, Veteran Investigator, Chump Pump, even Iceveil Archer and Ballistic Bot, all those units able to hold their own offensively against a lot of what Cephalopod is doing. And it's just not necessarily going to work out for him. We'll have to see how that matchup ends up, of course, but we'll take a look also at Trevo's other deck here, the Tom Soraka, which we saw a little bit of as we came into that match last round.
And once again, this is something that Trevo is going to feel pretty comfortable on going into this board centric lineup that
Hmm.
Cephalopod has brought. Got a lot of high HP units to make sure that you're not taking too much overwhelm damage. You've always done pretty well into scouts. I think
Yeah.
and I'm not even sure if it was pushed into scouts' favor with the release of the landmark,
Grand
Grand
Plaza.
Plaza.
Yeah.
But Cephalopod's not running Grand Plaza anymore.
Hmm.
And before that card came out, this was a Tom Rock a favored matchup unless you could get hyper aggro down, which Cephalopod does have those 3 Relentless Pursuit, a very good return to form on that hyper aggro
Yeah.
strategy. So that might just be enough. I'm not really confident in calling this one way or another, but I think this is a match we'll get to see a couple of times as I would expect whoever falls here to be able to run through the losers bracket back into the grand finals.
Yeah, we may just be seeing a preview of the grand finals right now, but this deck, this version is running the 3 broadback protector, and now Tom Kench really doesn't need too much of an introduction as to why they might be good against a unit based deck. But here's Seth's deck right now. I mean, the overwhelm package. We've got the battle furies, we've got ancient yetis, alpha wild claws. It's able to, the 2x decisive maneuver, really able to push through a ton of damage almost instantaneously. And because Seth's able to go so wide with the overwhelm unit, the large overwhelm units, something like Hush might not even be enough. I mean, we saw a leveled up Twisted Fate just didn't matter because it can only deal with one unit or a wide variety of small units at a time. That's just not what that deck puts up. It puts a lot of big units up at a time.
Yeah, and I think that the culling strikes that Cephalopod has brought here, we were looking at those a little bit earlier on in the day. Those are
Hmm.
going to pay huge against the lineup that Trevo has brought. It kills
Yep.
everything in Tom Kench Soraka. It does a lot of work. Oh, we're just hopping right into the game.
We're jumping on in. We got it. We're locked and loaded. Hey, we're NA aggro brain, NA aggro cast. We're just jumping right into the game. No need for a break. We've got the matchup right now. It's going to be the TK Soraka versus that Overwhelm Freljord Noxus deck on the side of Cephalopod.
And there's that culling strike, Cephalopod keeping it in the opening hand, knowing that
Mhm.
everything in Trevo's deck is going to die to this card, especially with that Pale Cascade,
Yeah,
which I don't even know if we're still running in this deck.
the answer to that is I don't think so. Trevo is running 3 Pale Cascade. So Pale
Okay.
Cascade is still there, but not going to make that much of a difference in terms of calling strike, except of course with old 8-punch Pablo. But I don't think calling strike is likely going to be targeting there.
No, it might come down onto the Soraka immediately to try and, negate the ramp up plan of Trevo, get that card draw going, or if it comes down alongside Pablo on Trevo's next attack turn, or if we're saving this for the Broadback Protector.
Yeah, Calling Strike is undoubtedly very good in this matchup, but Trevo kind of overloading on targets for it, so that might actually end up being an issue. Is yes, there are a lot of good targets, but there's too many, right? Like, does it go on Broadback Protector? Does it go on Soraka here? Does it need to be saved for Tom Kench? I don't know the answer to that, and hopefully, for Cephalopod's sake, he does.
Yeah, this is a strategy that we saw take over the current meta. We saw a lot of Targon everywhere, and we talk about, elusives aren't really in the meta. Well, why not, Boulevard? Oh, because Hush is so good against elusives. Well, if you just throw out 6 Burblefish in one turn, your opponent only has 3 Hush. You can just sometimes overwhelm the very limited number of answers, and I think you are exactly right. That is something that Trevo might be able to do, but I don't know what the high priority target is. It might be Broadback Protector, Cephalopod not going for the hit onto the Soraka just yet, so I would assume that we're not going to see culling onto this.
Yeah, I like the patience from Seth here. Soraka, in theory is good. Just like a lot of the other things we talked about in theory are good, but it's going to be a case-by-case basis. Soraka right now, there is no star shaping. Not actually that big of a threat right now. Yes, it can start drawing cards eventually, but this Broadback Protector, I do believe, will be snapped off Culling Strike. I think that is probably, maybe with the exception of Tom Kench, might be the number 1 target in Seth's mind. But I think if not number 1, number 2 for sure is that Broadback Protector.
Trevo is really debating what they want to get down here between the Boxtopus or the Broadback, and it looks like eventually going to settle on the Boxtopus and just say, hey, I really want this spell mana going into the next turn.
Yeah, I guess Boxtopus didn't really have any good attacks anyway because of Draven Axes, so I understand not developing it there, but this looks like it's looking to potentially be a Astral Protection. Or perhaps Trevo's just going to let this attack go through.
Going for the spinning axes onto the Draven. I wouldn't be surprised to see the second axe discard a Battle Fury here.
Oh, it actually didn't go on Draven. That's...
I wonder why. I'm sure there's a reason.
Hush? I guess it's like lowering the value of Hush potentially, where Hush would not only get rid of the buff, but would also prevent another axe from coming out.
But don't you... I feel like it's the opposite, because then you would get rid of the Overwhelm as well as the axe.
I mean, I don't agree with the choice. I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to think here.
But we are going to be able to get down this Broadback Protector while Cephalopod does not have the Culling Strike mana, so we will at least be able to get a little bit of healing back onto our Nexus, and we found the Star Spring. This Soraka is going to level up relatively soon, and Cephalopod, outside of the... It feels so weird to say outside of the Battle Furies doesn't have a good look for lethal here, but the Battle Furies might actually end up being all you need. There aren't any Hushes in Trevo's hand just yet.
Oh, Chad is pointing out that the Conjure was a 2/4 at the time, which I didn't think it was, but I will take...
Oh, it just got supported by Soraka. That makes sense.
Oh, okay. Well, then that line makes a lot of sense then.
I knew Chad would have our backs.
They sometimes do, at least. But here, I'm wondering if we're going to see this Culling Strike come out. Could we potentially see the defensive Battle Fury?
I don't think you can afford to use Battle Fury on something without Overwhelm.
I don't think so either.
And if you throw it down onto the Wolf Rider, I think that if you're going to defensive Battle Fury, you want it on a unit that will survive even if Hush comes out, which is really defeats the purpose of a defensive Battle Fury, I guess.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is... Yeah, I don't know where Seth would want to Culling Strike, and Culling Strike... So we have 9 mana. Culling Strike would still allow for an Alpha Wild Claw follow-up, which isn't terrible.
Yeah, you're basically playing Alpha Wildclaw or you're playing Battle Fury this turn. And it looks like the answer is going to end up being Alpha Wildclaw. And that's a really juicy Battle Fury target. It's going to be 15 potential damage coming through at Trevo's face, who currently does not have a way to deal with that.
I guess the way to deal with it is hit okay. Like, because right now you are going to be gaining some of that life back, on pace to gain now 6 of it back. This is interesting. The Culling Strike coming out afterwards, I guess Seth just doesn't care about the Draven. It doesn't have Overwhelm. There's enough axes already there. Just doesn't need the body. Just going to go tall with the Wild Claw.
It seems like he was waiting for that Star Spring to come out for the Soraka to actually be threatening draw power for Trevo.
Sure.
And yeah, here we go. Battle Fury, baby.
Yeah. Gonna put Trevo to 5.
Might as well just okay this. There's not a whole lot of difference between 5 and whatever you would be at by blocking, especially when you have double Broadback Protector on field.
Yeah. I mean, Trevo's going to be able to gain 6 immediately. Is going to be gaining 12 from the next time Seth's able to attack, putting him to 17. I mean, another Battle Fury, and all of a sudden, maybe that's just enough. But the issue being that Seth can't really, can't get Trevo with the Battle Fury, right? Because it needs to be pre-committed. If Seth just attacks with 15 power, Trevo can, again, just hit okay.
Yeah. And it's scary to pre-commit something like that, but I think Cephalopod's going to be forced into it, and unless Trevo draws the answer here, I don't think he'll die to it. I think that double Astral Protection really is going to keep you alive through that, as well as get near full value off the healing into the Star Spring. But you're not killing this Alpha Wildclaw. You're not winning with Star Spring over the next 2 turns. You are below 10, but we pick up
and there's the
Hush.
Trevo reacting appropriately by... Yeah, I mean, I was going to go into this whole thing about now Trevo has to block, which makes the second Battle Fury much better. It just doesn't matter now, right?
I guess, yeah, and you line this up as a blocker. Now this is going to force something out of Cephalopod. The Hush could be a massive blowout here, but I would imagine that Seth, if they're going to commit the second Battle Fury, would do it onto the Ruthless Raider, just diversifying the threats.
Sure. Yeah, we go to the Ruthless Raider. Might go on the. It might go on.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought the Iron Ballista was something else. But yeah, Ballista does seem better than the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah. Even committing an additional axe too. Oh, okay.
Or just go for the Calling Strike.
Oh, that still pushes lethal.
Yep.
Oh man.
The Hush though.
The Hush though, but. That will stop 12 and then can push another 8, 13.
13. It's
going to be off by a little bit, but the board is going to be pretty cleaned up on the side of Trevo. This Battle Fury can come out on the Ballista. It's going to be pushing 13. Could even put it on the Ruthless Raider. Keep your board. Wipe all of Trevo's board. The next Broadback Protector will actually die here. I actually can commit the Astral Protection. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think Trevo's close enough to a Star Spring win.
No.
For this Astral Protection to really make a difference. Yeah, you're going to survive a little bit longer. See, we're at 13. Yeah, that is so far away. I don't know. I think you need like Soraka into Betty Croker, but the problem is one of your units would just die when you actually go in for the attack. Bell Cascade, probably one of the worst draws Trevo could have gotten.
A 2 mana Radiant Strike, is that not, that's not good enough? Is that what that card is? The gun, the Lucian's guns. Is that what
Radiant
called?
Strike.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, Star Spring number 2 is not it.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. And I think Seth can pretty freely develop here. I don't believe that there are too many punishes.
No, this really isn't a deck that punishes you for developing unless they
Yeah,
already have the Tom Kench on field. So this is going to be
right.
Cephalopod picking up game number one.
Unless,
We pick up a Hush,
unless,
but does that change anything?
that will be
Yeah, it's
3,
still
7,
11.
11. It's exactly. Wait, no, yeah,
I don't think there's any way that you can line it up through the Death's Hand.
no. And I think it was just. I'm pretty sure that the original block was preventing the most amount of damage anyway. But that's gonna be it. Seth taking game number 1 there against Trevo. That line there, the fact that Seth could put forth lethal without committing the Battle Fury was obviously absolutely huge because it baited out the Hush, and then Seth could get full value out of that second Battle Fury, which just put Trevo too far behind to actually be able to come back at all.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm a big fan of any deck with Battle Fury, and while they can get a little bit clunky, they were actually a really big difference maker there for
Yeah.
Cephalopod. But now, once again, we're not questioning the power of this Freljord Noxus deck. We are questioning the power of the Scouts deck, which I believe is the only deck we've seen him drop a game on so far.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Bastion coming out and being highlighted, I'm imagining because it's not great in this matchup, but also maybe because it can protect this Tom Kench. I don't know. Tom Kench does seem like it can potentially just tear up this board of Seth, and there's not a particularly aggressive draw on the side of Cephalopod here.
Trevo's definitely going to have more breathing room than I think Cephalopod would like to get them, but the Vanguard Bannerman, I don't think I have ever seen a Bannerman deck play against Tom Raka. They are just two totally different eras of Legends
Yeah,
of Runeterra.
yeah.
So I think that the Bannerman is going to help a little bit, but I don't think it's really a difference maker on the side of Cephalopod. This Misfortune, on the other hand,
This is like the young kid Tom Raka going up to Vanguard Bannerman and saying, "Are you Vanguard Bannerman?" And Vanguard Bannerman putting out his cigarette saying, "I used to be."
back when
Well,
I
we'll
was a
see. Maybe he's making the
4/4.
comeback. Yeah. I used to be a 4/4. Used to pump myself. Now I'm a I'm a I'm a shadow of my former self. I don't know why this is all part of the Fight Night cinematic universe, the return of Vanguard Bannerman.
So Trevo's not going to be able to throw out the Soraka here just because with only one mana left available, it would just die to, the Valor attacking into it, into the Fleet Feather
Yep.
attacking into it. Soraka gets hit both times. So
Yep.
instead, we are going to throw down the box, plus use the Pale to go ahead and make a trade there. But it's still a lot of damage coming through at Trevo.
Yeah, and of course, as I say that the this wasn't a very aggressive draw from Seth. Misfortune kind of turns it around pretty quickly, and we could see. Yeah, it looks like we're just going to see Bannerman dropped here, and it is going to hit.
We were joking about Bannerman not being a difference maker, but being able to keep this Misfortune alive through the Boxtopus is absolutely massive for Cephalopod.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%.
I think it might even just be the game-winning play. Seth's going to get down Quinn next turn, Misfortune's going to level, and Trevo doesn't handle that really at all.
No, he does not. And I mean, is this the kid recruiting Vanguard Bannerman to come play on his baseball team because he's a washed up old pro and he doesn't want to play, and there's a montage and Vanguard Bannerman comes back, he worked out and you know what? He hits the game-winning home run. Potentially. Maybe that's the movie we're watching right now.
That does seem to be the case. I mean, we have the Hush for the Misfortune, so we could prevent the level, but that is just putting a band-aid over a sword wound. It's not very effective. You are still going to die.
coming out. That's going to be it. A quick one from Seth, and that is a dominating performance from Cephalopod against the decks that he was targeting and the other decks that were targeting the decks that he was countering.
It's a first. You said it at the beginning of the night, Blevins. This is a first or an eighth, and now with a very decisive 2-0 over Trevo, Cephalopod will be moving on into the grand finals from the winner's side. Gonna have to chill out for a couple of hours while we figure out who's gonna meet him there after a loser's bracket run. But that was so clean on the side of Cephalopod.
Yeah, I mean, both of those matchups played absolutely impeccably, right? I mean, we saw, Seth conjure up a couple of lines that were maybe a little more complex, but ended up putting essentially the fork down for Trevo, not able to defend himself and his resources well enough, and Seth putting forth the victory with those two aggressive decks, able to take it down. And Boulevard, I don't want to call it, but it's a first, man. It's a
first,
first,
baby. Look, I've been playing a lot of TFT lately. I know the
Yeah.
feeling of it's a first, and
Yeah.
Cephalopod is looking like a first place contender for sure. Do you happen to know off the top of your head the amount of times that you've seen the upset from the losers bracket here on Fight Night? Because I know it used to be 0 for a long time. I would imagine it's still
It,
very low.
it's you're. There's no question that you're favored heavily on the winner's side. If I had to estimate, you're probably just going completely off of historical data. I'd say like let's see, there's been 25 and there's probably about 3 or 4 maybe. So like a 1 in 5. No. Yeah, like a
Not
1
great
in,
odds.
yeah, I don't know. It's you're very favored from the top, from the winner's side, obviously, and historically that backs it up. But hey, we're gonna have to see, and we're gonna have to wait to get there, Boulevard. We're not quite there yet. We'll be coming back after a quick break with some more loser side action here on Fight Night Legends. Welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We are jumping right into game number 3, Kavor versus Floppy here. This is the Lee Sin mirror, of course, and there's a little bit of desync here, so we're just going to be getting Kavor's side here. And we are in the opening gambit of the Lee Sin mirror.
So there's not a lot of differences between the lists of these two players. It's really just like one of them runs a 1-of Spacey Sketcher, the other runs a 1-of Sunblessed Vigor. So it's kind of pick your poison there. And then, of course, the numbers are going to be a little bit different, as you would kind of expect. But both of them are on Sonic Wave. And I think that's, outside of this Lee Sin, going to be one of the better ways to try and break this Zoe stalemate. But Kavor, having the attack token on 5 is going to be really big here to try and take care of this champion.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be fortunate. Even has the gem to get the challenger on Lee Sin. Has a moon silver and potentially even a guiding touch. Like, Kavor can go for the full gambit here and actually try to kill this Zoe. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to commit an early Zenith Blade onto another unit, especially a Zoe. Getting those super cool star charts is quite nice, but when that game plan gets countered, it just it sucks. It's not great. And you could potentially be pretty far behind here. The
looks pretty confused here, but I would imagine it's Gem the Lee Sin going for the attack. You have the Moon Silver or the Guiding Touch to go ahead and give barrier over to this, and I don't think that on 6 mana, Mudkip can kill your Lee Sin.
Ooh, just going for a
hard.
Moon Silver Bastion. Okay. This is probably the safest way for the Lee Sin, right?
Yeah, no risk of Hush, and Sunblessed Vigor does mean that the Zoe will survive the interaction, but... Did you catch how close Mudkip's Zoe is to leveling? I would imagine it's got to be doable on the next couple of turns, or there's not a lot of reason to try and protect it this vigorously.
I saw it for a brief second. Kavor's got like the fastest eyes in the West. He's like hovering these Zoes for like half a second.
Mudkip, you've protected the Zoe. What was the strategy? Starting off with a super cool star chart. Not a bad strategy. You don't like to hit and get that reduced cost. You do want to get your full value, but
yep.
It's so... I mean, I guess if your opponent hushes your Zoe, you don't feel bad about that because that's one of their only ways to try and stop your Lee Sin OTK. At least one of the safest ways for them to do it.
Yeah, Hush is absolutely at a premium in this matchup, as you could imagine. And if it has to be used on a Zoe, that's probably a win for Floppy here. Of course, we can see that there is no Hush, so that won't be an issue.
And actually, just a lot of nothing in Kavor's hand in terms of dealing with this Zoe right now, but unless Mudkip can level it, and I'm not even sure how much leveling the Zoe would matter at a stage where Kavor has a Zenith Blade spell shielded Lee Sin.
Yeah. No, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, I guess if you can give Challenger, maybe that's relevant, but like there's a very brief window where it's actually relevant, right? And that window might not even show up potentially.
Yeah, Kavor's got a really good shot at lethal on the next turn established, of course. It doesn't have as much protection as you would like. It doesn't have the deny or even a Nopify, though I'm not sure. I don't even think Nopify stops anything in the sort of wars that you get into over Lee Sin, but
yeah,
a deny would certainly make you feel a little bit better.
Yeah, there's actually 0 cards that Nopify can target. Is that right? It doesn't seem right, but it is.
Sounds right, actually.
Oh, Zenith Blade. It can stop Zenith Blade.
Yeah, Zenith Blade. I mean, Deny not even getting a lot of value. Neither of these players on the Concussive Bomb, and I actually think that Zenith Blade might be the only Deny target as well.
That is also correct, at least in Kavor's list. Yeah, they're just actual blanks, essentially, with the, of course, exception of themselves. So it's basically a Zenith Blade starts the counter chain, and then you can use all of your counters on other counters, but that's it.
Yeah, Mudkip's best bet would be trying to Crescent Strike here to pop the Spell Shield, and then sort of, pseudo guarantee that Hush onto the Lee Sin on the following turn, because I don't think you're realistically going to be able to get down double Hush. I think both of these players are only playing 2 copies of the card, and if you commit both of them in the same turn, and then don't present lethal the next turn, you're just going to die there. Deny can stop the Lee Sin kick. I knew there was something that came up in the Lee Sin battle between the two that you could deny, and it's the kick, and that's very important.
That is true, and also, of course, we can see some targets in hand right now. The Celestial cards as well, also on the table, of course. Wasn't thinking about those because, hey, bro, that's not in your deck. That is the new meme. It went from, Zinc ascended. He went from Zinc Beam to, bro, that's not in your deck. But, there are very few people in the Legends of Runeterra community that have 2 separate, unrelated, but equally powerful memes created about them. So Zinc is a true champion, no matter which way you slice it.
Looks like Kavor is looking to level their own Zoe. I didn't get a chance to see how far the Lee Sin is from leveling, but I would imagine can do it on this turn, even if you have to force it. And actually right there, the second Guiding Touch is going to be enough.
That's going to be a 7 power Lee Sin, not quite.
So we're looking at exact lethal if we... Oh, the Mentor was silenced, actually.
Yeah, Mentor got Equinox last turn.
So not looking at lethal this turn. But you can at least kill the Zoe. And honestly, killing Zoe's not a bad consolation prize.
If you kill Zoe, would it count as a constellation prize?
Everybody, that's going to do it for us here tonight. This has been so great. Thank you for coming out to watch Fight Night Legends. My name is Boulevard. Joining me has been Blevins.
Oh, no. Bring it back. Come back. Anyway, back to the match. Kavor did end up killing the Zoe. And looks like things certainly in favor of Kavor. Taking the preemptive... the preemptive Equinox is also going to level up the Zoe. Again, not 100% sure that it really matters here.
It is a nice way to stop your opponent from getting down a Lee Sin and trying to go for lethal. One thing that the Pale Cascade nerf did do is it made it a lot harder for Lee Sin to 20 to 0 you, and even at 16, you're feeling relatively safe. Your opponent is going to have to double the attack of their Lee Sin in order to get that done. It's a pretty tall task for Mudkip to try and do this turn, since 8 mana would be needed for both the Lee and the Zenith Blade.
Yep, Lee plus Zenith Blade, and now also would need to preemptively Bastion. So that is just, we're in, there would need to have been multiple generated Moon Silvers, which we know don't exist because I believe most of the Celestial spells cast by Zoe are created by Zoe have been cast.
Yeah, and with this Sparklefly being able to come down, give everything elusive and lifesteal, you would have to be able to kill the unit. I mean, if there was even a deny onto the Dragon's Rage, then the Overwhelm might not even do it because of the lifesteal coming out on whatever you challenge. Things are looking pretty unwinnable for Floppy Mudkip here in the final moments of this mirror match.
Yeah, and we were talking about this in the pre-show, actually, that, this matchup, I'm not convinced that it's actually super back and forth. I mean, it kind of is, but I think given a point in the game, assuming that both players play at reasonably the same level, I think just one player is just very clearly ahead and can push that advantage, and the other just kind of loses. Now, being able to suss out when that is, that's where the real skill is, right? And yeah, that seems pretty obvious here on Kavor's side that he's very far ahead and can just win here. But, at some point, like, there's a number of Lees drawn differential or like an early interaction differential. And I guess the real strategy in it is just capitalizing on that when you have that, or being able to defend when you don't. So, but this game is going to end relatively quickly here. I mean, we're going into turn 9. That's a pretty quick match, honestly.
I think we talked about this in the pre-show, where Lee Sin mirrors feel like they take a long time, but that's more so real-world time than in-game time.
Right.
everybody thinks a lot about every piece of interaction that they're going to make, every action that they're going to take. They, take mostly the maximum amount of time to do it. But at the end of the day, you are generally ending the game before turn 10.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, this is really not representing anything for Floppy Mudkip. Yeah, you'll get your Zoe super cool star chart, and that's super cool for you, I guess, but it's not a game-winning line. It's not something that stops the Lee Sin from just trouncing over one of your units for lethal on the following turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering, the only consideration, and it looked like Kavor was hovering the Hush, as weird as it seems. A consideration is like prevent the super cool star chart from generating something that procs this Bastion now and opens up the possibility of Hush. Granted, the thing that can proc the Bastion is Crescent Strike, which can be notified, which, as we mentioned earlier, has no other targets in the deck.
Yep.
So,
And even if Mudkip has a Notify of their own to back it up, Kavor has the... Oh, just a Moonglow. I was going to say the Spell Thief to try and take that Notify right back from Floppy, throw it back onto the stack, but even if we can Spell Thief into a Pale Cascade, we still have lethal through Hush.
yeah. I'm not... It's not making sense to me why he cares about this Zoe at all.
Yeah, maybe we want to grab the Zoe just in case. No, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it because your entire board's about to have elusive. You don't even need to drag anything with the Lee Sin. You can just play the Sparkle Fly and get an entirely elusive board.
Yeah. Yeah, then you don't even need to play any spells, yeah. Yeah, I'm not... That is just a very weird interaction to me. That just seemed weird to me. But I don't think it's going to matter. We even have this... We have the super cool star chart to burst proc Lee Sin. Floppy Mudkip just getting another tick on the Zoe.
Zoe's at 6 out of 10, but if you're killing your opponent on the open attack, I don't even think you need to be worried about not killing your opponent on the open attack because...
Yeah.
I mean, you're pushing through... I guess you're technically only pushing through 4 elusive damage. Or no, that is 5, right? If I'm counting this right. Yeah, you have lethal even if nothing... Your Lee Sin just gets completely stalwart. It's double hushed and the deny onto the kick. You still just push lethal with all of your other units.
Right. I guess that is what Kavor is trying to play around. Just like play it. What is worst case scenario and how do I play around that? I feel like that doesn't do that. But nonetheless, block.
And this is what we were talking about. This is a relatively straightforward lethal. You're just dragging this unit. Yeah, there was a consideration to drag the Zoe, but Kavor's still at least getting the start of the rope on that interaction. This is just something where you need to think about everything that your opponent could possibly do with 9 mana. Is there actually a way for them to stop this Lee Sin? Is it better for me to drag the Zoe? But with one Hush... Actually, no, there were no Hushes used. It was an Equinox down onto the...
Right.
Okay, there's Hush 1.
GG
and
coming out.
Hush 2.
Hush 2 doesn't even have enough for the deny afterwards. So that's just going to be it. And Kavor going to be taking this one down 2-1 over Floppy Mudkip. And we'll be advancing on to the next round in the losers bracket.
Yeah, and I actually just want to check real quick who he'll be playing. And the answer is Yost with the most, who knocked out Zinc Elemental.
Yep.
And of course, winner of that goes on to play Trevo. And then we're back finals where Cephalopod will be waiting after a pretty big string of decisive victories.
I mean, we've seen it before, though. Winner side being very decisive and loser side just coming through. And even if it's the same player that they lost to earlier, we've seen that turn around. We can take a look here. Of course, Yost with the most did take out Zinc. Kavor, we just saw take that dub. We'll be watching that match next, the winner of which playing against Trevo. And then we'll be playing against Seth himself, awaiting their match. And I believe so Cephalopod was in the very first Giant Slayer fight night ever. and
That sounds
had
right.
an amazing losers bracket run that did not end up getting there. I believe ended up losing. Oh, I'm blanking on who they
If I
lost
had
to.
to guess, I'd say Winding God.
No, it wasn't Winding. So Cephalopod got third. Winding God was in the finals, but it was EU player, doesn't really play anymore, was one of the top players. I'm blanking on the name.
There's a lot of
Um,
those.
there's yeah, so there is a lot. I'm forgetting. But regardless, Cephalobot had that great run, had an amazing run. There was some, if I recall correctly, there was an iconic match in that run, but didn't end up getting there. And I don't believe Seth has gotten the dub yet in Fight Night, though has played in quite a few and has had some great performances. So certainly setting themselves up in the best way possible to be able to try to get that dub.
I think it actually has been quite some time since Cephalopod's been to a fight night, so it is always nice to see players, not take a break from tournaments. Cephalopod's still out there in the mud grinding every single tournament he can
Yeah.
get his hands on, but he hasn't been to fight night in a while, and because it is a totally different format, it's nice to see that the rust is not there. Cephalopod
Mhm.
came in with a game plan, had a good read on the meta, and it is
Yep.
working out phenomenally. At the very least, has already booked a ticket to that pre-seasonal fight night, get that last round of testing in just 2 days before the main event.
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly going to be going to be a good one for Cephalobot, but we're not quite there yet. We obviously still have the losers bracket here. We're going to be jumping into Yost of the Most versus Kavor in just a minute here. And Yost again was one that I was lobbying for early on. I'm going to pull up their decks here. Yost is a competitive Magic player, Pro Tour level player, so has a place in my heart. Just from the Magic the Gathering side, we can see their Fizz TF list here. This is a more modern. Yost was one of the ones that was playing the Death Rays and uh the 2 mana what was the card we were talking about before? 2 mana 1/2. I'm forgetting. I'm
Pool
blanking
Shark?
on the name.
Coral
No, the other
creatures.
coral creatures, right? Right. The Walking Dead, the worst coral creatures. Um was the list that I actually ended up hitting master with was based off of that. But this is a more modern version of the deck. And also bringing the Lee Zoe here, another deck I have taken from Yost and played to at least moderate success in up to masters here. But this
I
is
have
the tournament lineup, Boulevard.
I have a bone to pick with Yoast, and
Okay.
that is in Yoast's Twitter bio. It says that they are, I think it was an SGC Open champion with Burn. Here on his Fight Night
SCG, yeah.
player card, it says that his favorite archetype is Burn. The only two decks I have ever seen this man talk about are Lee Sin and Aphelios Twisted Fate, neither of which are Burn decks by any stretch of the imagination.
I could make an argument that Fizz TF is a burn deck. I mean, it's
No, Fifth
got a
or
bunch of
TF
pieces.
Aphelios is what I've seen him talk about. I know that he
Oh, okay.
brought Twiz, but I haven't seen him mention this deck at all. I've only
Oh,
seen him talk about Lee Sin for the most part.
no, he definitely talked about that because I stole that deck from him. The Twiz deck for
That's
sure.
fair. But in the
I,
in the limited times that I've actually seen him like pop up on my Twitter feed, it's all Lee Sin, and I'm like, yeah, it's a very good deck, but
yeah.
you can't come here and say that your favorite arc. I mean, I guess you can say your favorite
Well,
archetype's burn and then not run it. You are trying to win, but
so what? I guess it depends. What constitutes a burn deck? In my
let's take a
mind,
look
it
at
would be.
Cephalopod's lineup real quick.
Well, in my mind, it's doing a large portion of the damage dealt to your opponent with non-units, right? That's burn, like burn spells, right?
Yeah, to
And
me,
Lee
there is a
Sin does half the damage with the
that's
kick.
I don't think that really counts here,
I think
Blevins.
it technically counts. It technically correct is the best kind of correct, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna be seeing another Lee Zoe mirror here. Kavor versus Yost of the Most in the loser side.
All right, so we're gonna start off with a Lee Sin mirror. Blevins, are you ready for this one? Are you excited as I am?
I am. I actually love this mirror mostly because I've played it so much, and at the level that I was playing at, I feel like I had a big advantage because players would play very poorly into it and not understanding this matchup, I will say, is a massive disadvantage, as you could imagine, but even more so than other decks where it's just like one misstep or one miscalculation can really end the game very quickly.
Lee Sin is one of those decks that really gets to push my philosophy that it's okay to play mirror matches. If you're going into a tournament and you say, oh, I don't want to take the 50-50, I have great news for you, everybody. Mirror matches are not 50-50. If you are playing a Lee Sin mirror, it will become very apparent to you very early on whether or not your opponent is significantly better than you. And if you are playing someone who's better than you in a mirror match, you're not going to win 50 of those games. You are going to win significantly less. Player skill does matter a lot. And that's why even when we see, 5 of the same lineup here in Fight Night, you can look at the players, look at their backgrounds, and reasonably predict who is going to come out on top of that.
No, you're 100% correct. It's not, on paper, potentially, if 2 robots were playing at the exact same skill, it would be 50-50. But like you said, it is not necessarily that. I mean, it could even be like stylistic choices, right? Like, do you go into the matchup thinking like, I want to be more aggressive in this mirror match. I want to go the Zoe plan. I want to mulligan aggressively for Zoe's. It's not necessarily, I mean, Zoe's not a good example because you would want it in your opening anyway, but like, do you want to, maybe favor the GOAT plan more than, just going all in on the Lee Sin? It's very hard to calculate whether that is correct or not. And I don't know how objective you can really get without like thousands and thousands of games played. And that's just not going to happen from a single player. So it could even just be like, hey, I'm leaning, I like aggressively Zenith Blade my goats in this matchup, and that may be right and it may not be. I don't know.
Yeah, but critically, Kavor does get a really quick hush out of Yost here, and let me just check Yost's deck. I didn't have a chance to pull it up, but for the most part, every Lee Sin player, 2 hush. So one of those already out of the way, and that makes it so much easier for a Bastioned Lee Sin to end the game later on.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Like a resource taxing game. Like we mentioned before, Hush is absolutely at a premium in this matchup, perhaps more so than any other, right? Like at least against Lee Sin, right? You want Hush. It is your, kind of get out of jail free card. And when you have to use one of those early to stop a Zoe, it's not necessarily where you want to be.
And it's not incorrect to stop the Zoe there, right? That is just another avenue that this deck can take to try and win. And now we're going to see a Nopify out of both players, and this is definite. I mean, it's obviously going to favor Kavor because they get the last Nopify off their spell is going to resolve, but they also just seem to have a pretty big card advantage over Yost thus far.
Yeah, you could tell Yost, like this is and I'm actually kind of glad that we're only seeing one perspective, because this very much emulates me playing, or, the viewer playing the deck. And this is the point where like, okay, you feel very much in control if you're Kavor here, and no, you don't have a Lee Sin, but you have the ability to, like, you can shift your game plan here. You can, what is your lose condition? It is likely, your opponent getting a Lee Sin off because you don't actually have any interaction with that. So now Kavor can shift up their game plan, play more aggressively, and try to push their advantage that they have now to, lessen the blow of a Lee Sin coming down in the next couple of turns.
This is the deciding, well, not the deciding turn, but definitely a turning point for Yost. If they have the Lee Sin and Kavor doesn't, we've already seen one Zoe fall, and while Mountain Goat is a great pillar target, it doesn't necessarily do a lot when your opponent does have the Lee Sin. Back when this deck was Zed Lee Sin, I felt like Zed was a phenomenal card in games where neither player found the Lee Sin. But as soon as one of you found it, the value of that card went down exponentially. And Zoe and Aphelios, that's why we're seeing these utility champions run with it now instead of that aggressive option to try and pick up some matchups. But this Mountain Goat kind of going to be along a similar vein. And, you can go in with these elusives. You can go in with this Mountain Goat. Yeah, it's cute. But if your opponent finds that Lee Sin, you are in danger.
Yeah, I mean, the goat, and to your point, the Zed previously, like it's a knife, right? Like you and Lee Sin is a gun. you don't want to bring a knife to a gunfight, but also you can win fights with knives, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry this got so violent. I didn't mean it to, but the metaphor works really well. So, but like, yeah, you can definitely win that, for sure. And, you know, this does look like it is a, you know, knife v knife battle here. You know, this is opening rounds of a CS:GO event right now.
So we've got the Nopify onto the Zenith Blade. Things looking so rough for Yost, but I mean, Kavor's not in a commanding position by any stretch of the imagination, right? Like, it's a better position than Yost is in, I would say, but Kavor's hand state isn't necessarily the best either.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kavor is not like, doesn't have a ton of power right now, but you know, one Lee Sin potentially could change that. But even so, like, we talked about how Deny and Nopify's don't really have a ton of targets. Kavor, I think, you know, very fortunately for him, has gotten to cast 2 Nopify's, which is quite good to, you know, just to protect some of their spells, but not actually a ton of power coming out. And this can happen. You can just kind of fizzle out, even if you have an early game advantage. If you don't draw those, you know, sort of game enders, it doesn't really matter.
You know, I've seen pillars onto goats more times than I can count, but I don't think I've ever seen a pillar onto a trickster, which is looking like the current game plan for Kavor.
I have never pillared a trickster. I can say that with a relatively high amount of confidence. I have pillared a tail of the dragon, which is created from concussive palm, and that is not a winning plan. I will say it is not. It is a desperation move at best, and it did not work out the times I've had to do it.
It looks like we're not going for the Zenith Blade, so maybe just saying, hey, yeah, if you've got some kind of damage-based spell, you know, be it a Sonic Wave or another Pale Cascade, you can just go ahead and have my Trickster, and then I'll try to pillar on the Zoe from there. I don't like the attack with the Dragonling.
Yeah,
I think that Yost is getting a lot more out of that lifesteal than you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just Yost gains 2, you gain 1, which seems bad at this point.
Yeah.
Deep Med, a very good draw for Yost here. Not only does it just draw two spells, but also, you know, thins the deck out, gets you closer to a Lee Sin, and this very well may just be who draws Lee Sin first. You know, as much as we talked about the potential intricacies of the matchup, at this point, like, you know, it's been back and forth. It may just come down to, hey, I drew Lee Sin first. That's going to be enough.
Some of my favorite games of Legends of Runeterra, though, are games like this, mirror matches with a very singular win condition, and just neither player draws it. And you have to see how they get to navigate the deck without their main win condition the straightforward way that as soon as I top deck this, it's a nuclear launch code button. So far, Kavor getting the better of it.
Yeah, and Kavor checking the spells that he's cast, and I'm actually kind of curious what were actual options there. And we know Nopify's were cast. I can't recall what else has even been cast from Kavor.
It's possible that Yost was going for a Zenith Blade because his was Nopified. He doesn't have access to that anymore. But because it's a mirror match, you know, he can just take Kavor's and then start his own Zenith Blade train rolling again.
True. Did Kavor cast a Zenith Blade?
Yeah, it was on the goat.
Oh, you're right. Yep. So that does make sense. And now, Kavor is going to have a much better spell thief here because it's going to grab Deep Med.
I was kind of hoping that Kavor would take the spell thief just to mind game it, but Deep Med is a much better pull here.
Yeah, I think there is an argument to be made that chaining spell thieves just to get Lee Sin procs is not a fruitless action, but I don't know how many spells have been cast by Yost, and you absolutely want Deep Med. So if there's even a chance of whiffing, you do not want to take that.
And I think that Kavor's Lee Sin actually just leveled off of that Deep Meditation.
Oh, okay. So
Yost, I believe, is at 5 spells. Might have been 6 after the spell thief, but definitely getting very close as well.
Yep.
But Kavor kind of breaking the stalemate with this Zoe, threatening the level up at any given time.
Yeah, threatening the level up. Also, potentially breaking the stalemate with the 2 hushes. There's Let's
Looks
see.
Looks like that was not Spell Thief.
Interesting.
But we're just going to get a total mirror on the play saying, if you want to buff up your Sparkle Fly to try and get through my Trickster, I will simply buff up my Trickster. This does mean this Zenith Blade in Kavor's hand is the last one available to them.
Yeah. Certainly not necessarily where you want to be. Yost likely looking for a Crescent Strike.
Is that an Equinox?
Could be Equinox too. Yep, that also works. And it is.
This is not great for Kavor, but it's also not the end of the world.
No, it's not the end of the world, but it is certainly annoying. And Kavor debating, is it annoying enough to actually get a deny?
I don't hate the deny here. You are currently the one in the advantageous position while neither player has a Lee Sin. If Yost gets this Sparkle Fly online without this unit in the way, then suddenly Yost definitely feels like they're going to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I agree entirely. This is pretty great for Yost because now, you know, like Kavor did earlier, Yost actually able to get value off their denies, which is, again, can be a bit of a challenge in this matchup, weirdly enough.
And like Yost did earlier, I think Kavor is going to have to throw out one of the hushes to try and regain the advantage in this stalemate.
Yep. Yeah, and this will equal out the hush count on both sides. I did check. Both are running 2x hush. One has been used on both sides here. And, yeah, I mean... We talk about mirror matches, we talk about mirrored boards and stalemates. This is about as close as it gets. Of course, Kavor a little bit ahead here, obviously, with that Zoe. But it's not apples to apples here. There's two Eyes of the Dragon on the side of Yost, kind of keeping him safe and also potentially threatening to start chipping away at this board. If Zoe levels, is it really the end of the world? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I actually... Okay, so Zoe leveling is the end of the world, but only because she starts generating copies of Behold the Infinite rather than super cool Star Chart.
True. Ooh, this attack is potentially risky. If there's another hush.
But that would be the second hush out of Yost, and as you know, this is Kavor's advantage in the stalemate, is this Zoe. But I think it's so hard to level this Zoe without attacking here. I don't think we are far enough along. We have a lot of duplicate cards in hand. And as much as you would love to get the Zenith Blade onto her, you know, try and... Actually, Zenith Blade wouldn't do anything for the Hush anyway, so it doesn't matter too much.
This is tough. I'm really loving this matchup. And I'm really liking the fact that we're only seeing the one side. That is the second Hush. And
Kavor is not going to be able to do anything about this. Your only option would be, you know, play something Pale into Pale, and that's not happening. Don't go for anything like that. That is a
way to. I mean, that is a way to break the stalemate. It's just unfavorable for you. And now Yost seems like he's in the driver's seat now. Kicked Kavor right out.
Yep, and the life advantage has even been stolen away from Kavor. Yost getting through a lot of lifesteal, and is that a third Notify?
That is. Luckily, the Spacey Sketcher's there to cycle it away, turn that into a Celestial card. But
this is Yost's last Zenith Blade, so we might just hold the Notify for this Zenith in case the Lee ever does come.
Yeah, makes sense. Also protects your Zenith from a Notify from Yost, because this is also Kavor's last Zenith.
I think Kavor is currently trying to figure out how to both get the draw with Pale Cascade and hush the Goat after the Resonating Strike comes down. And it requires wasting the Sonic Wave, which he might do if he still wants to Spacey Sketcher this turn anyway to discard that Resonating Strike, so that looks like it will be the case, and it's a reasonable line. Unreasonable draw.
Yeah, Goat is whatever. You know,
Yeah.
Boulevard, I kind of want this to be a tournament format. You have to play
Without your Lee Sin.
a Zoe Lee Sin deck, but you cut Lee Sins and put in, you can put in whatever you want.
Okay.
Any non-champion. You just like, you put in anything. Like this is the like, I like this matchup. It's fun. It is a fun one to cast.
I've been on the opposite side of this where I tried to build Voltron Fiora for the first time and just forgot to put Fiora in my deck. That is not a deck that functions without your champion in any capacity.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
But I mean, both these players are getting really low on cards in deck and still just not finding the Lee Sin. Kavor has the wide board. Yost still has the double eye, but we are getting to a point where, you know, the more we get down to a zero-sum game where neither player has any cards, the worst it's actually going to be for Yost, no longer generating those Dragon Link.
True. That's true. Yeah, I wonder if there's really, I don't think there's too many decisions to be made from Yost. He kind of has to cast these spells sort of incidentally, but like the actual spells being cast is a resource here, because if you stop generating Dragon Links, all of a sudden you just have 1/3s in play.
It's still got to be Kavor favored as long as neither player has the Lee Sin, right? But we're both cycling. We're both going through the deck. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Kavor fire off their own Pale Cascade just for the cycle.
Yeah, might be the problem. Like, what are you looking for now as Kavor with only 5 mana left? Like, you can draw the Lee Sin, but you're not playing it this turn, right? I also, like, you want to get value. Okay, gonna fire off the Pale Cascade. The problem with this is now Yost kind of has full reign. He's got 10 mana, obviously. And now Kavor kind of, well, doesn't really have many spells to play anyway, but kind of doesn't want to cast anything because he'll go down on mana, which is a pretty big lose condition I found in this. Is just being behind on mana.
Yeah, the last thing that you want to do is go down to 0 mana and then have Yost say if that Guiding Touch found the Lee Sin and you missed your window to Nopify that Zenith Blade. That would have felt like the biggest throw of your Legends of Runeterra career thus far.
Yep, definitely would be pretty bad. Guiding Touch coming out from Yost. I mean, Kavor has some pretty aggressive comebacks here with 2 mentors, but you know, just not wanting to throw away the value, did not want to override any spells there or any creatures there.
Yeah, and Kavor can go ahead and continue to pass because you know that Yost is going in with these Dragon Links. There's no reason for him not to, and you can go ahead and clean up a little bit of your own board and then throw down these mentors and start to go in with the big Sparkle Flies.
Yeah, big Sparkle Flies plus, you know, generating all these gems. I mean, this is weird. Usually we'll see like the timing attack happen and then there's like an aggressive point and then it peters off. That happened, but now we're getting to another aggressive peak on the side of Kavor. This is like insane.
And I gotta feel like Kavor's in a much better position. Not only does he have less cards in deck to find the Lee Sin, but has the aggressive posturing with the Sparkle Fly, has the Nopify for the last Zenith Blade, and has critically been able to hang on to the last copy of Hush, whereas Yost has already used 2 of them.
Yeah. I mean, again, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning. Like, this is just kind of a stylistic choice, right? Like, Yost cashed in the Hushes early for an early advantage against the Zoes, but never drew the Lee Sin, so it didn't really matter. Like, what are you supposed to do? How can you? You have to kind of play around you drawing your win condition at some point, right?
And Kavor finds the 3rd Zoe before any copies of Lee Sin, but I definitely feel like Yost is the more unlucky of the two. You know, 15 cards in deck at this point, I believe, and that Zoe, I think, is the first champion that Yost has been able to find. Or did Yost have a Zoe earlier?
I don't know. I think Yost did have a Zoe earlier, because I think we were talking about Yost originally. Actually, I don't know. I'm losing track at this
Yeah,
point.
he
What
had
that
a
last
Zoe
name?
because it got hushed, or was it a Sparklefly? I'm starting to lose track of it. Point is, neither player has been able to find a Lee Sin yet. Blevins, what are we looking at here? What are we coming
This is
down
my
to?
dream. This is my dream. Is
You
this
just want
matchup?
every Legends of Runeterra game to be like this?
Yeah, every single game, the bottom 3 cards are 3 Lee Sins. uh,
And this attack from Kavor is why I'm glad that, well, Hearthstone certainly did a lot for digital card games. I'm glad we didn't take everything like Mountain Giant because Kavor's about to go from 3 to 9 cards in hand.
True. Very, very true. I also, Riot Umbridge, if you're listening, please make this a lab where you play a Lee Zoe deck and the Lees are the bottom 3 cards. Please. Please. I will play it.
Oh, I'd probably play that.
We'd probably both play it once and be like, oh, that was
This actually
cool.
sucks. I hate this.
This is cool. I only want to cast this. I don't want to play it. I will say that these Eyes of the Dragon have been in play since maybe as early as turn 3, and they have not taken any damage.
Yeah, we saw a Sonic Wave earlier, but I think it was actually used to activate a Pale Cascade rather than ever go in on one of these Eye of the Dragons. Kevor just saying, you know what? This is your advantage, and it is not worth my Sonic Wave. Your advantage means very little to me, and now we've got buffed up health on the Zoe as well as this, and this has to be a Lee Sin top deck. No, it's a third Mentor of Stones.
Seen 3 Mentors, 3 Zoes, 3 Sparkleflies, almost 3 Tricksters, and no Lee Sin.
And honestly, even if Yost were to finally draw the Lee Sin, I don't think they can kill Kevor with it anytime soon. Whereas if Kevor draws Lee Sin, a surrender out of Yost just saying, you know what, I'm done. Get me out of here.
Wow. Yost did not like the Blevins Boulevard Lee Sinless Lee Sin matchup lab, which is the official name of it. Wow.
TM.
Yeah. Patent pending. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane. I don't know if we'll ever cast a Lee Sin mirror like that again.
I hope we don't, because it'll make that one much more special. I am a little sad that it ended early with the surrender out of Yost, but I don't necessarily hate that. You know, just that is something that's really starting to wear on your mental, and you were not coming back from that, as I'd mentioned. Even if you find the Lee Sin, you don't have the damage output, and very likely that, you know, Kevor would have found a Lee Sin on the following turn, or at least very soon after you found yours.
Yeah. I want someone to crunch the numbers. What are the odds that both players don't draw a single Lee Sin at that point in the game? It's got to be pretty low. I have to
Based on historical data, I want to say 100%. Oh man, that was an absolute treat. But that was only game number 1. We still have a couple of games left to go here, and I believe
what
both
is this,
players
EU?
have Fizz. No, I think Yost has Fizz Twisted Fate, and then Kevor on that pirate aggro.
Yes, that is correct. Yep, the MF Gangplank, and yes, the Fizz TF. So, I mean, I have to imagine, you know, historically, traditionally, pirate aggro was pretty decent against Lee Sin because you can just kind of go under it. But with the addition of Sparklefly, Nopify, I mean, I'm talking old school Lee Sin at this point, but Sparklefly definitely changes that math quite a bit. And you know, the Make It Rain nerf and Nopifies in general have really kind of made the Noxian Fervor go over the top plane a little bit less consistent. So I'm not 100% sure where that matchup lands, but you can always just win with an aggressive deck like that. You can just go underneath.
And we're getting to see sort of this new school pirate aggro. I know you had mentioned that Make It Rain nerf, and previously, this was the first deck for you youngins out there. Before there was Go Hard, this was the deck that really solidified its Zap Sprayfin pool on just 1 or 2 cards, only being Noxian Fervor and Make It Rain. And for the longest time, it was just Decimate and Fervor as the only spells in this deck. But Kevor coming with a full bevy of spells here. We've got Parlay, Death's Hand, Salvage, Fervor, Decimate. I can't believe I got the first bevy of the night.
You did get the The bevies only come out every once in a while. I don't spam bevies. Only every once in a while. And we're getting word in chat from Morp. Shout outs to Morp. 1.21% chance to not find a Lee in the top 28 cards between both players. So we saw about a 1 in 100 game. Boulevard.
It's so special to me, Blevins. I'm gonna frame this game on my refrigerator.
Me too. It was a great one. Unfortunately for Yost, won't look back as fondly on this match as we do. But Kavor, I think this might be the nuts. Ooh, but that might be the nuts for Yost.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if Kavor was going to go for the go wide strategy or how important this +1/+1 onto this Jagged Butcher was going to end up being, but keeping it outside of the range of the Dragonlings does seem to be a pretty relevant consideration here.
Yes. I'm trying to think now because like the Dragonling isn't there, so you basically gave away 2 damage to get the +1. I don't know. My gut says you just play that Jagged Butcher there.
I would have played the Jagged Butcher, but I really don't play a lot of aggro, so I'm never confident in my lines when speaking on that kind of strategy.
Yeah, I'm not confident either, but my gut says you play the Butcher there. I don't know, but we'll see. Kavor still able to go quite wide here. Yost does have the tools to deal with a draw like this, but needs to get the spells off now. Fortunately, this is a pretty aggressive attack here, but is not, necessarily putting forth lethal damage, obviously, and not even really putting Yost into a terribly precarious spot.
No, but I do like the open attack out of Kavor. If you had thrown down that Zap Sprayfin and, for example, a Zenith Blade came down onto that Sparklefly, that would have been an absolutely disastrous position for Kavor. So I like the open, but we don't have a lot of staying power here. It's really going to come down to what can we get off these Zaps. A Parlay could be really big here.
Parlay would be pretty insane, and it's a 1 in 3, 4, 5, 6, a 1 in 6 to get it. So not out of the realm.
We've seen lower odds happen here on Fight Night about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's true. We saw precipitously lower odds achieved, so we could certainly see it here. Let's see if Kavor can do it. Is it a first or is it an 8th? It's probably somewhere in between.
There can only be one first tonight, and right now it's looking like Cephalopod. But Kavor, gonna find himself in the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see, Moonsilver coming out. Just going to be a burst pass. Burst pass plus second spell proc for the Eye of the Dragon, which of course is huge. There's the parlay.
It's like a burst pass premium. Like this is the gold card burst pass. Like, gold card's a mechanic in this game. I can't even say that.
It's gold. It's burst pass premium. Like you paid the $4.99 a month, and you are a turbo user. Rip Twitch Turbo, by the way. Although I think it's kind of a thing still. I have no idea.
Twitch, I don't know what Twitch Turbo was. I got Twitch Prime. I don't know. I feel pretty good about that. I get my free Epic Wild cards every month thanks to Twitch Prime here on Legends of Runeterra.
That is true. You do get those. And add them to my collection. I'm almost at 300,000 shards, by the way, Boulevard, just in case you were wondering. I know that was your next question coming out here, but
I've been stacking up my wild cards, so I've been using shards to craft the new things because I am now compulsively trying to sit at 100% completion. But I like watching my wild cards rise. I know I'm never gonna catch up to you.
It's arbitrary which one of the things you're collecting. I don't know why I'm shaming you for using shards over wild cards. It matters not. That makes sense. Anyways, back to the match. Kavor able to deal with the Zoe here. The attack coming in from Yost. This is the a play I've made many a time. You're using that Grant plus onto the Dragonling just to gain an extra 2 life here and to sort of pad the life total as much as you can.
And nothing else feels like an impactful target here. You could throw in the goat, make it threatening, but Kavor is either just going to take that damage or potentially even just block it with the Spiderling. You could throw out the eye, but that's where the Jagged Butcher becoming a 3/3 really starts to pay dividends. It's not something that you can willfully go in with, but Yost isn't going to be upset with taking that 4 damage on the Dragonling either. I don't remember how many spells have been played this turn. I think it is at least 2, but I don't hate not... I can't say I hate not blocking the Mentor. As much as it sucks to give the gems to your opponent for not only this Eye of the Dragon, but also the Lee Sin level up, your opponent is just going to get Dragonlings on the next turns anyway. It doesn't really matter. You don't want them to go in with that Dragonling trick again and gain another 4 life.
Yeah, it's tough. There's certainly... it's certainly a consideration to make, but I feel like you kind of have to block it there. If only because it also will block... gaining effectively even more life on the backswing. So I think you kind of have to bite the bullet eventually.
Yeah.
You might as well, do it at a point where your opponent's not actually getting value from the Mentor dying.
It doesn't feel good, but it is just one of those plays that you do have to make.
Yeah.
But now with the Parlay out of the way, that is sort of the only 1 damage spell outside of a Misfortune's Make It Rain that could be coming out of Kavor. So Yost might be able to just take some chump blocks here onto the Spiderlings with both the Eye of the Dragon and the Mountain Goat. I think Kavor realizing that these attacks look really bad if that's the case.
Yep. All right, there's Death's Hand. That is a pretty clutch draw potentially from him. Yost not committing a gem here. Now, kind of interesting. I guess it makes sense because the chances that Kavor's not going to attack are close to 0, I think. So Yost can pretty reasonably open pass, not worry too much about Kavor taking the pass. I think if Kavor did take the full pass, Yost is fine with it. And now Yost gets to get the gem, heal up the Eye out of Death's Hand range, and generates the Dragonling.
I know that we said it was a really strong opener for Kavor, but as you continue to draw House Spiders later into the game, that was a great opening hand. I don't want to draw that same hand again over the course of the next 5 turns like we saw Kavor do.
Yeah.
And
it's come down to precisely what this matchup generally does come down to, which is Eye of the Dragon, right? If Eye of the Dragon just completely dominates this matchup, and if you can deal with it from Kavor's side, he'd be in a much better position. And I think he actually missed an opportunity to go for a kill on it last turn. When Yost passed, he at least had an opportunity to Death's Hand the Eye. Was it likely to succeed? Maybe. I mean, it would require a Pale Cascade or a Guiding Touch to save it. So it's tough. It's just going to take over the game otherwise, which is, obviously not what Kavor is looking for.
When it is turn 7 and you got your Gangplank level, that feels like the Turbo GP level. It can come down at any moment and it's going to end the game. But then you look at Yost's life total, which is sitting at a very pretty 14 and likely to stay there for quite some time as we're going to continue to get these Dragonlings coming out. You did stop the Dragonling Mentor combo the second time, but that is just going to be more gems coming in. And we can even buff up the Eye or the Mountain Goat and go in here. Once again, you're probably going to have to block this Mentor. Things just looking really good for Yost, who... are we sure that Yost runs Lee Sin?
I was going to say, theoretically, there are Lee Sins. I mean, the deck that he submitted has Lee Sins in it. Now, maybe he didn't queue him up. I can't confirm or deny that right now. I'm not in the client, but yeah, there theoretically is a Lee Sin somewhere. And at this point in the game, Lee Sin is actually quite nice because you just get to play the value Lee Sin. If you're not going for the kill, you start picking away some of these units. You kill a Zap Sprafe in here, clear away some of these bigger units, force the chump blocks, gain life with the Mentor, or with the Eye of the Dragon, rather. You're fine with just having a Lee Sin, even if it's not combo killing.
just not great draws from Kavor. Granted, this is generally where you'd be like, oh no, my top end. Zap Sprayfin is the top end.
Yeah.
We are not running Jack the Winner. We are not running Captain Farron, Riptide
Huh,
Rex, any of these
there it
bigger.
is.
Oh, and it's prismatic.
Of course, Yost is a connoisseur, clearly running fully prismatic Lee Sin Zoe.
A gentleman and a
true,
scholar.
exactly, a true champion. Yost also comes from Magic the Gathering, so spending money frivolously is not something that is out of his repertoire. I'm surprised Kavor, if Kavor was watching Fight Night when that Lee Sin came out, he would have messaged Yost saying, bro, that's not in your deck list, as the true meta meme. But of course, Kavor in the tournament, not watching the stream, probably.
Oh, and Yost just keeps getting higher and higher with their life total here. You know, sitting at 8, going to be able to go in for another Dragonling attack next turn. But that's where the Noxian Fervor tricks get to come into play, Blevins. How many times have we seen this used as not only one of the best burn spells in the game, but also just dodging lifesteal?
Dodging lifesteal, dodging Lee Sin kicks, killing Yost. It does it all. But Nopifies certainly in Yost's range here, which can be a pretty big game if Yost has Deny or Nopify. Both are very much in the range of Yost here, so we shall see.
If Yost is on air and Kavor doesn't die here, Kavor has lethal.
Yeah.
But it's gonna come down to what's in Yost's hand, and this is where I hate only getting to see one side of things. I know we had mentioned in the previous game, it's great to kind of put yourself in Kevor's shoes and see the kind of plays that you would make versus the one that the rank 1 NA player would make here in this Lee Sin mirror, but now we're in a different game, and I really want to know if Yost has an answer for the guillotine, because I feel like there was a prime opportunity for a Nopify just, I want to say 2 turns ago, that Yost just didn't go for.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Very interesting here. I mean, this looks like, yep, Zenith Blade on the Lee Sin. Makes sense. I think this just has to, like, I think there's at least, like, the Zenith Blade was all the way to the right. That was a card that was in hand. I think 2 or 3 of those cards have been in Yost's hand for a bit. So I think it's quite reasonable to assume Yost has between 1 and 2 Nopify/Deny cards in hand. So
yeah, Deny seems pretty likely, and unfortunately for Kavor, in order to win this turn, had to be able to use the Fervor to dodge the lifesteal, but now going to have to use it to dodge the Lee Sin.
Yep.
And that's, barring some kind of Deny effect, as you had mentioned, Blevins, coming out from Yost, which is looking pretty likely.
Yeah. This is, now that the Fervor is not even good enough either way. Can use the Fervor to could actually double dip here. Use the Fervor to kill the Dragonling.
It is more damage to go at face rather than deny the lifesteal if that's the case, but going to take a couple of safety blocks as well. Although I'm surprised we're blocking the Dragonling and not the Eye of the Dragon. But I think Kavor's kind of in that the game is over mode. What I do here doesn't really matter.
Right. Yeah, being at 3 versus 4 doesn't make a huge difference, I don't think. And Yost has 4 cards to work with. Is there a Deny? Is there a Nopify? I feel like a Nopify kind of comes out automatically if it's there.
Yeah, I think Yost might be struggling with, if they have a Deny, is this the most effective Deny target? Or am I just going to get burned out if I throw it down here? Is this the actual bait? But
yeah, that is a good point.
When the Deny is the game-winning line, you feel like you would like to see it there?
Yeah, I can't, I'm wondering what he's playing around otherwise.
The only thing I could...
Is he gonna spell the fervor and kill him?
He looks like he might. And he is gonna take the decimate and do it. So, I mean, Blevins, I gotta give credit where credit's due. Lee Sin is a burn deck.
I told you.
We see it win with decimate. That's a burn deck to me.
I mean, it did almost all the damage with non-unit spells. Also, a decimate was cast, and that wasn't in his deck, so we're gonna have to get a deck check on that because that deck check. Production is saying he's actually DQ. No, I'm kidding. Well, I'm not kidding that production said that because that actually did happen, but it was a joke. As we're going into game number 3 here, Kavor versus Yost. Yost finally getting that Lee Sin dub. That's gonna be Pirate Burn versus the. If this is Pirate Burn, is this like I don't know, like it's still bilge water? Is it like Slimy Burn or something? Because you know, Fizz and Burbles, they're kind of like underwater. Slimy.
Mo has really been pushing for Burble Burn. Me and SJW call it Twiz because we're cavemen who just can't say Twiz. Oh man, see, I just did it. Twisted Fate Fizz. Every time we try to say that, Twiz comes out of our mouths. So we just kind of decided to roll with that.
I mean, I like it. Burble Burn also works. I could accept both. Ooh,
Mobalytics calls it Go Fish, which I just absolutely hate. This is
you hate it. Okay.
What is the opposite of a shout out? This is an anti shout out to What Am I for making Mobalytics call it Go Fish.
A shout out would be a whisper in. You're giving a whisper in.
What
is that? Do you like that more or less than a constellation prize?
I think I like that less than a constellation prize. The constellation prize was actually really good, but I can't process puns as a human, so I had no choice but to try and end Fight Night, and production almost let me.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to shoot your shot. When your only out is to try to just call for the end of Fight Night, sometimes it's the only play to make. Unfortunately, I had the deny ready to go, and Yost has the get excited ready to go for this misfortune.
Yeah, I noticed that Kavor didn't draw any of his champions in the previous game, so I was hoping with that with this MF going down, feel a little bit better about the way that things shook out, but kind of wasting the Spiderling here. I don't know that Yost would have taken the block onto either of these other units, or if he did, you would at least be able to get down the parlay onto it and take care of this, because while the ignition damage, yeah, it's going to stack up, but that's kind of secondary to the amount of Burblefish reduction that you get out of it.
Yeah, Burblefish reduction, ticks onto Fizz. You know, I mean, potentially just a discard outlet. I mean, really, you know, we talk about Burble, we talk about Fizz and TF, but really, in my mind, the Ballistic Bot is really sort of the oil that keeps this machine running. It might not be the thing that necessarily kills, but it is certainly smooths out a lot of the draws and a lot of the it ties a lot of things together.
I just want to mention, especially for you, Blev, Yost is actually one of the players that's on the Mind Meld. It's kind of 50-50 here tonight on whether players are on that or off of it, but Yost is one of the ones that is on it.
I mean, you got to be on it after the, you know, the Blazing Asian, really the breakout performance for Mind Meld on Fight Night. You gotta pay homage, if anything else. So even if it's not necessarily statistically the best thing, you just gotta play it. There's no doubt in my mind. And if you're playing it, it's gotta be prismatic.
So we've got a decent position for Kavor here. You know, lost the misfortune immediately, but has found the second and much more impactful champion this stage of the game in Gangplank. I love Gangplank as a champion, man. I hate that he's only found himself in like aggressive posture. That's not even true, because I really liked Noxus Nab, the TF Gangplank deck. I've always been a big fan of this guy. I wish he got to see more play.
Yeah, I love Gangplank as a champion, just in general, like the flavor and lore. I mean, he's got one of the best, if not the best, beards in Legends of Runeterra. So I'm obviously a huge fan. And, you know, being a 5-mana champion really kind of it limits what you can do. And especially considering, you know, Gangplank's he's kind of narrow in what he does, unfortunately. So yeah, no, I feel this. I feel the same way. He unfortunately kind of gets pigeonholed.
Yeah, the straightforwardness might work out this time around, though. I mean, it is just a big, beefy body with Overwhelm, and Kavor is going in for the kill. Maybe not this turn, but certainly next turn, as not only do we still have a lot of burn available in hand immediately, we've got that keg, we've got the Zap Sprayfin on deck to find us a little bit more burn, and anytime that you see Piltover and Zon on your opponent's side of the field, there's a very good chance that there is extremely minimal healing within that kind of deck.
Absolutely. I wonder... There was a potential here to play this parlay and kill this ballistic bot before the attacks came through.
I think that Kavor thought that Yost was going to take a value block onto one of the 2/2s, and he could kill the remaining quote-unquote ballistic bot that Yost had left if they're like willing to sacrifice the 3/2, take a chump block with the 3/4, say I only need one ignition, you get to finish off that second one, but Yost with the double Mystic Shot just sacrificing both of them, and now the parlay value looking a little questionable. It'll probably still come, especially with the keg on board.
I mean, it definitely could. I mean, it can always go face, and it's obviously a fervor target, so it's not, it didn't necessarily have to come out there. So I don't hate it. It also would have gotten countered by, it potentially could have gotten countered by the Mystic Shot onto the keg. So maybe Kavor is making the right choice, and I'm backseat casting, but I get to do that because I'm here and he's playing.
So it looks like Kavor is going to hover this Zap Sprayfin. Yost still has priority, though. To just fire off a rummage on some pseudos with first pass. Kavor really debating stacking up the kegs into the fervor. You did just see 2 Mystic Shots come out of Yost.
True. 2 Mystic Shots came out, and Yost, yeah, not running the Death Rays anymore. I mean, we've also seen it Get Excited. I mean, it could be a third Mystic Shot, could be a Get Excited, but a Get Excited on a keg, that's a plus EV play for Kavor for sure. That's happening.
There are plays like that where when you make them, it feels like you should just concede.
Yeah, I agree. I know that feeling all too well. And Kavor able to get the maximum parlay value from the keg.
I did not expect a pick a card to be discarded. That makes me really curious as to what Yost is sitting on. My guess would be it's either 4 elusives in hand, like a bunch of Burblefish that are about to come down, and iterative improvements, or there's just another pick a card.
Yeah, could certainly be either of those. Yeah, I'm wondering what cards could be like Twisted Fate. I'm just trying to think what cards are higher value than the pick a card there.
Ooh, Navori Blade Scout.
Oh.
That's a really nice scout.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really do too much. It's not really that much different than just any 2/1 here.
That's true.
But in general, that would be very good. As it stands, Kavor is already in a pretty good spot.
It's looking like lethal, if not this turn, certainly next turn, right? We don't have anything on Yost's side to stop a Noxian Fervor onto the Blade Scout, or onto the Grand Navigator, rather. That's not his name.
Island Navigator.
Island. I remember people called Scouts Grand Navigator instead of Scouts, and I just started to think that was the card's name.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Yost is at 6 life. There's no life gain in the deck, and there's 10 points of burn in Kevor's hand.
Yeah.
Not the best spot, I don't think.
Unless you can set up 5 Burblefish right here, right now, and kill on the open. There's one.
Technically not possible, only because there's just not enough cards.
Yeah, and there's double Fervor on Kevor's side. Okay, going for 2 Burble.
Okay. If there's 2 more regular burbles and another iterative, it's close.
Actually, using the burn preemptively onto the burble potentially.
I don't know if I see the value in doing that.
Looks like Kavor doesn't either and ultimately decides against it. Just going to take the first opportunity to throw a decimate at Yost's face.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a pretty obvious first action you get at slow speed. Throw the decimate and say, what do you got?
Yep, Kavor says you stole it from me last game, but this time it's mine, and the decimate is going to be enough for Kavor to move on to the losers finals against Shrivo?
You are correct about that. Kavor taking it down 2-1 versus Yost with the most. That was a great series, I gotta say. I mean, maybe that last game kind of petered out, but I would love to see an analysis of that Lee Sin mirror. But there we have it. That very long, convoluted, non-Lee Sin mirror. Kavor getting the best of that one. Then Yost taking the dub with Lee Sin there. And as we just saw, Kavor taking it down with the Pirate Aggro versus the Fizz TF.
If you are in chat right now and you have Pro Legends of Runeterra player in your Twitter bio, I expect to see an analysis of this match on YouTube by Monday. That is your homework for the weekend.
Yes. Or at the very least, send the VOD to please don't hack me so that he can do it because he's been doing some really great analyses. So I'd love to see analyses. That's how I say it, and I know it's wrong, and I'm doubling down.
I'll double down with you. We're quadrupled down on
We're-
analyses.
There we go. Absolutely love it. But we're going to be having some more matches to analysize when we get back from a quick break. We'll be jumping into the losers finals here on Fight Night Legends. Welcome back, everyone, to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends Americas. We are almost at the tippy top. We're here in the losers bracket finals. I'm Blevins, joined by Boulevard. Had a little, had a kind of an interesting journey here, Boulevard. We saw kind of a straight shot from Cephalopod, and then that last match we watched was maybe more of a winding, meandering journey.
Yeah, that is one of those matches that everybody's going to get to look back on in, 5 years from now. That's going to be one of the cornerstones of Legends of Runeterra. But first, we're going
Mhm.
to take a look at the bracket and, as you had mentioned, talk about how we got here. Of course, Cephalopod having a straight shot through the winner's side. But down on the loser side, we're going to get to see Trevo and Kavor, who have made the losers run, taking out, I was going to say Zinc, but that was actually Yost, and then Kavor took out
Yeah.
Zinc's actually, Yosh taking out both of the finalists from last week's fight night. Kavor finally
Ooh,
taking him out, but one of these players, Treva or Kavor, going to be booking their ticket back to fight night number 27.
I think so. At least
27
from the
sounds right to
America
me.
side. Yeah, 27 I think is right. Yeah. This is 26. So yeah, 27. Wow. Crazy. That's when all the famous tournament series die in a horrific either drug overdose or some horrible turn of events. But
That was a very deep cut, and I don't know if I'm upset that I got it.
yeah, I don't know if you should be upset that you got it or appreciative. I don't know.
Actually, I'm upset that I'm 27.
But anyways, back to the tournament. I brought it down, but we're bringing it up, of course, through the loser side. We've got Kavor versus Trevo, and we just saw Kavor play a what is it? Drop down, drag him out, Lee Sin Mirror, and he won't have to worry about that anymore, as the two non-Lee Sin players are left in their way if they want to make it.
Yeah, and Trevo, I gotta say, feels like the favorite here. Trevo and Cephalopod both brought very anti-Lee Sin focused lineups, going
Mhm.
different ways about it, but both of them working just as well, as Trevo has only fallen to Cephalopod thus far. But Kavor, not on the Twisted Fate deck
True.
alongside the Lee Sin, instead going for Pirate aggro. So we have seen some of these anti-Lee Sin lineups actually stumble against the Lee Sin, but still be able to clean it up in the TF Fizz matchup. So
Mhm.
maybe that pirate aggro is enough of a difference maker that Kavor will be the one who can meet Cephalopod in the grand finals.
Yeah, it is possible, but we are going to be seeing the matchup that you called quite poorly favored for Lee Sin here, as that is the TK Raka and the Lee Sin on the side of Kavor here. And I got to agree with you, it does not seem super great in terms of the Lee Sin side.
And definitely a bit of an awkward opener for Kavor. But hey, Kavor, as we know, absolutely no stranger to playing without Lee Sin.
True. I think, did we even see them ever draw Lee Sin? That last match?
You know what? We didn't, because they won the Lee Sin mirror. So
Right.
Kavor, Yost finally saw one. We know that Yost plays Lee Sin. We do
Yes.
not have confirmation on Kavor. Jury's still out as to whether or not Lee Sin's in this deck.
True. That is very true. And as such, the GOAT is the GOAT and is rearing up to go that line. I mean, honestly, it's obviously not as good or as powerful rather as the Lee Sin line, but you're not necessarily too disappointed to do it. Like, this is going into an open attack for 5. A gem is going to be generated. There's still, decent amount of pressure to be put forth as well. Sparklefly even can potentially get the Eye of the Dragon. And then the River Demon himself, Tom Kench, comes down and makes all this a lot trickier, to say the least.
For as linear a deck as Starspring is, in the current meta, Tom Kench feels like the plan A win condition. with the amount of Piltover and Zon running around, that just does not deal with Sir Thomas very effectively. You know, the Thermo Beam is never going to kill this behemoth. You're going to be able to constantly eat your opponent's board. And even in the Lee Sin matchup, it's so hard to pillar on something when there is a Tahm Kench that's going to be gobbling up your units, and the Bastion might have to get used on a goat.
I mean, if you're gonna go the goat plan, just go the full goat plan, right? Like, you know, Kavor doing a strategic passing here, but it's a fine line to walk because there's damage on units. There's a monument on the side of Trevo, and can really start just like. Trio doesn't really need to do much. There's just passive, you know, air quotes, damage being dealt to Kavor in the form of this monument that's going to end up just winning the game if Kavor doesn't do anything.
Yeah, Trevo might not even need to deal with this goat. Trevo might just be able to take 6 a turn, get down this Broadback Protector, and passively win with the Star Spring.
Yeah. I mean, this is a lesson I learned from watching Mo's stream before the last seasonal when Mo was playing a lot of this TK Raka. You know, there's multiple sort of win conditions or threats in the deck. You know, one is Tahm Kench just eating every unit. One is you know, a gigantic Star Shepherd. And the other, of course, is just the Star Spring, just winning the game passively. And all 3 of those are kind of all right against Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, Trevo's, as you mentioned, really got his pick of the litter in terms of which win condition we want to go for. The goat is not ignorable, especially now with this Mentor of the Stones that Kavor has just picked up. But you know, an elusive unit would feel, I think, a lot better to try and pillar on. And we do have the Sparkle Fly, but
yeah,
oh, we're going all in on the goat.
Significantly better because, like, this attack, I guess with the Hush backup, this feels much better from the side of Kavor, because it kind of prevents Trevo from blocking with Tahm Kench. But also, Kavor is just saying, okay, I'll just jump.
I think
this Betty Croaker doesn't have damage on it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Kavor really needs to find Sonic Wave because this Broadback Protector is about to more or less completely take over the game. Gonna see a Nopify to stop the Spell Shield from being popped.
Okay. I was wondering, I didn't realize I wasn't factoring in that there was a Spell Shield. I'm like, what if Kavor just says okay and the Tahm Kench dies? Or doesn't he just let this happen?
I gave you that out to not let the people know you didn't know it, and you still came in for it.
You see, I'm fully transparent here. I'm fully transparent here on Fight Night. I want the chat to know I know as little about this game as they do. I mean, anyways, back to the match. There was a little bit of a gargled transmission there. I think someone else, the wires got crossed, etc. Anyways, back to the match. Kavor here just trying to do something that doesn't just lose to one of the multiple win conditions in play for Trevo.
Kavor might have found an out, though. If you can get an Equinox off this Spacey Sketcher and turn off the Broadback Protector, then the damage that you're doing does feel a lot more impactful. But, you know, sitting at 13, going to be able to gain at least a little bit more life still, I think. And the health of this goat is dwindling. I don't even know that I necessarily like the block here.
And it does die to Pale Cascade. I mean, is it really that bad to take 4? It's the question that Kavor needs to ask. I think it was less a trying to prevent damage and more like greeting a gem.
Yeah.
But greeting is certainly the word I would use for it.
And now debating between the gem and the Eye of the Dragon. I think that the gem might actually be more important than the Eye of the Dragon.
I was thinking the same thing. The Eye doesn't really do much.
Oh, but we whiff on the Equinox Blevins. We don't have an answer for this Broadback Protector.
No, we do not. And that makes the GOAT plan much, much worse. Especially since Yeah.
Attempt 2 to pop the spell shield, and Kavor's not going to have anything to say about this one.
Now, if I again would have forgotten that there's a spell shield on it, then that would be shame-worthy. But here, it's just, yeah, Trevo just gets a free spell shield pop every turn if they want to use it that way. And oh, Trevo saying, "Oh, crawdads on the menu tonight."
And I don't hate this. I think that what Trevo could even be going for here is just setting up an effective blocker for this mountain goat. And then even if, you know, Kavor either hushes the Tom Kench or buffs up the goat outside the range of the Tom Kench, you have the third copy in hand already.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I'm wondering, yeah, just make Tom Kench big boy, and then just go and just eventually be able to eat this goat, and then what does Kavor do?
Threatens a Lee Sin that they don't have is really all I can think of. But yeah, now with the actually still technically in Lee Sin range, because there is an unknown Spacey Sketcher spell that could be Moonsilver, but Trevo, like many before him, not playing around that and actually going for the Sparkle Fly rather than the goat. Not caring about the spell shield, deciding I'm going to kill this goat in combat.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, no need to get fancy with the goat. Just do the thing, right? Like you can just block.
And Trevo throwing out the GG already. Can actually level the Tom Kench right here if he wants to.
Oh, you're right. He can. Oh, and this is a cheeky play that he's not going for.
I think
he
the
could have
rocket draw changed it. He might have gone for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say he can eat the Krusty Codger to get the Hail Cascade buff permanent on the Tom Kench, which would have been cheeky, but did not quite get there. Trevo back up to 16. I mean,
look at this hand, Blevins. I know that we talked about how much we didn't like the Lee Sin, or how much we liked the game without Lee Sin, but I didn't think that we were dooming Kavor to sit in an eternity of no Lee Sin.
You can win this match, but you'll never draw a Lee Sin again. This is why you don't ask for Fight Night results from a monkey's paw, because it will ironically punish you.
Going in for a pretty big attack on Kavor's side, but I would imagine it's just a block from the Tom Kench. Actually, just blocking the Mentor first. Wanting to get the ability to actually level the Tom and spit all of our units out. We don't really want to lose all of them per se, but I don't think you're too upset about it. I guess you don't want to give that Sparkle Fly back to Kavor.
Yeah, I don't think you want to. We could see a block with the Codger potentially to stop 4, but I don't think you don't want to pre-commit anything to Tom, right? You don't want to have to use a spell to save the Tom, because Kavor, obviously has Hush in their range, and you don't want to get blown out by that. So Kavor kind of just forced to get the damage while the damage is good. And there's a Lee Sin, which is only going to need to kick to win, actually. So after all this, if Trevo's not able to win, it could just be over with the goat tossing the alley-oop to Lee Sin.
I think this is going to be an Astral Protection onto the Broadback just to heal it up, make sure that we're still getting all that life steal off, which means that on Kavor's next attack turn, we should be sitting at 11. But I think that Trevo might win with the Star Spring before then.
That's what I'm wondering, is the Star Spring able to actually get a win? I don't know what it's at. I
think it's at 8 out of 22, but I we said in the pre-show how much I hate casting, or how bad rather I am at casting Tom Rocker, because I don't know what it is about this map. I can't
Yeah.
do it. I just can't do it, Blevins.
It's not the easiest for sure. It's also tough because there's, not there's not like a Star Spring counter next to the life total of Trevo that we can reference easily.
Yeah. I think Trevo is actually still pre-committing as well. I'm not sure. Ooh. So, could get a little fancy here. I don't know if Trevo is going to Pale Cascade to save the Broadback, or if we're going to try to Bayou Brunch the Broadback and spit it back out with the level Tom at full HP. It is just going to be the Pale.
Yeah, there's a Krusty Codger in there, and I don't know how that interaction works, like with full board space, like what actually
That's a good
makes
point.
it out.
It would make sense if everything that went in first came out first, and then you didn't get the Broadback back, and that would be terrible for Trevo.
It would. I also just have no idea or any sort of... I just, like... That's not even a thing you can really look up, because, like, how many times does that come up? And, you like... It's certainly not something I would want to risk. And like, you could use the eye, but I don't trust that either, so...
Yeah. Spring up to 12. Can we get 10 points of healing this turn? We have 8 damage on our board, but we're also, threatening... no, we're not threatening anything, because there is a nice little chump blocker in front of this Star Shepherd. But that does mean more damage pushed through, and that is more damage that Trevo can go ahead and heal.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is going to be lethal if we block the Star Shepherd with the Dragonling.
14. 10. Plus 4. Oh, 18. Yeah, so... Wait, can Kavor just Guiding Touch to not die? Oh, no, the healing from Star Shepherd is too much. Yep.
I mean, we could hush the Star Shepherd.
Ooh.
But then you have to win next turn, which I don't think you can do through Hush, but since you have Lee and the Goat, maybe?
It will certainly be tough. Ooh, the other thing is that you can't really commit the Lee this turn because Tom can just eat it.
Yeah. So it's going to have to be a one-shot from Kavor, and I think you need the Zenith Blade on the Lee to make sure that it actually happens.
Oh, Hush onto Goat puts
Yeah.
puts 3 damage onto Boxtopus. And then he can instantly heal it with oh, but this gets countered by Pale Cascade.
I think what's gonna happen here is Tom Kench is just gonna eat something, and that's gonna be it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we don't find the Nopify off the top that we would have needed to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's actually not enough mana left for Trevo to cast the Astral Protection this turn. So Tom Kench can eat something, but it's not going to end the game this turn.
True. And actually, if Tom Kench eats something,
then Lee would get to come
can Lee Sin
down.
ever come out?
Not unless Kavor top decks a Nopify or Deny. You can try and play it next turn, but it's not going to happen.
Well, if the Eat comes out now, you can play Lee Sin. If you draw Nopify...
As long as Trevo is respectful of the Lee Sin, I think he can't lose, but there is a chance for him to get greedy and play something else this turn, but not going to happen. All right, Kavor, can you top deck something to protect your Lee Sin from an acquired taste? The answer was no.
Not quite able to get there. You can't... If you hush a Tom Kench, it still eats, right?
Yeah. You would have to get the Lee Sin above 10 HP because we still have the Astral Protection. I don't think Kavor can do it.
And looks like, yeah, Kavor. I mean, just play it out. See what they do. Might not play it. Might play into something else for some reason. Nope, that is just the eat coming out.
Gonna go for the the 6 attack followed by the Hush and say you need to have no Cascade or Astral Protection, but Trevo does.
Yeah. And even if they didn't, not actually enough to kill with the Lee Sin anyhow, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Trevo as I mean, a rough matchup for Lee Sin that actually was kind of close there, as weird as it sounds.
There have been a lot of matchups in Legends of Runeterra. The one that I like to reference most is Frostbite Midrange versus Karma Ezreal back in the day, where it always looked really close when it finished, but it was pretty one-sided when it actually came down to who's got the more W's in the win column.
Yeah. You don't have a mile for it to be a good matchup. You can win by an inch every single time, and it's still a very favored matchup.
But now we're going to get the switch to the Pirate aggro, and this is where the question mark comes into things. Trevo is looking to 2-0 the Lee Sin, so Kavor going to take a little bit of a mental reset and see if they can pick up a win with the Pirate aggro before they have to go back into that unfavored matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a mental thing, but the format that we play at Fight Night does mean that you can target a specific deck and you can just 2-0 that deck every time, and it just doesn't matter outside of that. But Kavor looking to get the W's. I respect it. Try to get your game wins where you can, and maybe like you said, a mental reset can be enough to sway a matchup. Maybe you just see things differently. You're in a better mindset going into the match, and you play better.
I will say, though, I have been on the receiving end of the Lee Sin versus Teemo Sejuani matchup. It feels abysmal for the Lee Sin player.
Yep,
it doesn't feel close. But we still have this game that we have to get through, and it is possible that Trevo does pick up a win here, though. It's a lot harder in these burn-centric matchups where you really feel like you can't afford to slam down that Hex Core Foundry on curve, and your deck is just so inefficient when you don't have that. You're paying 3 mana to Frostbite, probably a 2-attack unit.
Yep, a 2-attack unit that is also already proccing to deal damage. You're having to block with your Teemo, which is not great. Ooh, although the troll chant drawn feels pretty good.
Teemo is actually going to be leveled next. Oh, no, not quite. For whatever reason, I thought that troll chant meant Teemo was hitting Nexus and got to put 5 shrooms in the deck, but we are just going to be a little bit shy of actually leveling the Teemo, if we even want to go for that. So it makes sense to just go in for the attack first.
Yep. It is interesting to me that Trevo decided to play around, I guess specifically Parlay, in order to, at the cost of taking the 1 extra damage from the Crackshot Corsair. Just an interesting decision because they use the troll chant -2 on the actual Saboteur.
Just really apparently valuing that open attack potential with the Teemo on the following turn, which is strange to me because this feels like a matchup that isn't really won by the Teemo. It's going to be more about the Sejuani or the Puffcap Peddlers in conjunction with the freezes, trading effectively onto your opponent's board.
Yeah, no, I agree. It seems a little weird, and I feel like I want to be saving as much life as I possibly can in this matchup, but Trevo has a different read on the matchup, and we'll see how it plays out.
What's going to be really interesting is what is Trevo going to use this iterative improvement on? Because I imagine it's going to be one of Kavor's units, and I could see an argument for the House Spider.
Yeah, Is Teemo on blocking duty?
We do still have a Flash Freeze available.
block there. Take a total of 3.
Might be... Oh no, we are going for an iterative onto something, so I would imagine that's going to be the house spider before it actually dies here.
Yeah, I can see it. Definitely makes a lot of sense. It's just chump block central, right? And actually, like, trade up with the house spider, and I mean, it's just blocking so much, right?
And Kavor's hand is terrible. You know, we have the salvage, but we're going to need to really pre-commit to doing that in response to Trevo's attack, because you don't want to wait until there's 40 puff caps in your deck before you fire that off. You'd rather do it at 10.
Very, very true.
Top deck I don't even know what we could try and top deck to kill the chemo. I think it'd have to be exactly Noxian Forever. Death's Hand, of course, as well, but ooh, just not respecting the parlay this time around even.
I got very confused as to why that house spider had +1/+1. I thought it was a bug with iterative improvement, but it was because there was a Omen Hawk hit.
And we find the Death's Hand, so we're actually going to be able to take care of the Teemo.
Okay.
Which I think is actually massive for Kavor. This is sort of the way that Trevo was going to have to win the game, you know, putting his puff caps in the deck and letting the slow burn roll.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly slows Trevo's clock down precipitously, right? Like, this is now, you know, there's a reasonable number of puff caps in rather than an exorbitant amount. And, you know, Trevo, instead of like a turn pass being 2 damage, it's now like maybe 1, which is certainly not where you want to be.
Oh, so I remember you had mentioned the +1/+1 onto the house spider, and you meant Kavor's, right?
I meant Kavor's, yeah.
Because that's not iterative improvement. That's Omen Hawk.
I know. That's what I was saying. I looked at it. I got confused at first, and I thought it was a bug with iterative improvement.
Where it's
that
just
it like made the next one. Yeah, it like made all the ones in Kevor's deck, and then I remembered there was.
I guess I got a little lost in the sauce when you were explaining that one. But now Trevo
honestly,
has
I don't know if I said it out loud. It might have just been in my head. that happens from time to time.
So Trevo's got the Hex Core and unwilling to throw it down. You are playing against a burn deck. This is something that is going to get as much, if not more, value out of you than the Foundry. And without the Teemo hit going onto the Nexus to double the puff caps, you're very unlikely to actually lethal your opponent with this. And I do think that long term, which Kavor is going to get to play to because there's not enough puff caps in deck, they are going to get a lot more value out of the Foundry. So that's just a dead card in Trevo's hand.
Yeah, it is theoretically, but it also might just have to come down. Like, yes, I think statistically it's going to benefit Kavor a lot, but Trevo might just have to get lucky because they're behind right now, right? They're so low. Like, what are the... Can you win by drawing 1 card a turn?
I think the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer probably is no. So if that's the case, then you likely need to play the Hex Core and hope you draw 2 perfect cards and your opponent draws 2 blanks. Now, granted, there's not a lot of blanks in Kavor's deck, but if you're dead, if you don't play it, you might as well play it.
Kind of have to play it, yeah, but not going to be able to get it down this turn regardless, as the Harsh Winds is going to take us off that mana. 6 is a very precarious life total to be at, and it's basically 4 when we take into consideration this Imperial Demolitionist, whose name I almost blanked on because it's been so long since I've seen this card.
It has been a while.
Even more when you take into consideration, you know, a potential Petty Officer Keg, the death of the Legion Grenadier, this misfortune lived into the following turn. Unless we get 14 Puffcast off the top, but we get 0. Instead, we get a Make It Rain that will be able to kill this Puffcap Peddler.
Okay. Could see an iterative plus another Puffcap Peddler. Or maybe going for another House Spider. Nope, just going for the Peddler. Not quite as good as Prismatic Peddler, but that's okay. We can see the 3/1 Puffcat Peddler trying to hide behind the 4/4, saying, "Don't make it rain me, please."
If the Make It Rain comes down and it hits Nexus House Spider 4/4 Peddler, I'm blaming it on the fact that he is actually hiding.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
He's a meddler, not a meddler. He wants to stay out of this.
It's true. He does not want to meddle. And Trevo coming to a similar conclusion that we came to last turn, where there's just not a lot of time, and there's not a lot of options. Needs to do something here. I wouldn't even be surprised if we just saw Mystic Shot upstairs. Go for it. Get some caps in. Get the damage on now.
Kill on MF.
Could, yeah. We surviving? I guess we are we're technically surviving the open attack, especially with flash freeze. Okay. I mean, you're very unfavored to hit 12 caps anyway, so.
Saboteur is a really nice pickup. And Gangplank.
Gangplank, that was a lot of buff caps, by the way.
I wish this was closer. I wish that Kavor was at like 2 or something, and we could actually pretend that, if there was just another puff cap. But that was an insane amount of puff caps, and Kavor going in for the open attack, for going for the Gangplank damage, the Legion Saboteur damage as well.
Yeah, this is going to put Trevo effectively at 3. Block. Flash freeze, still dead, I think. No, down to 1. Down to 1.
1's not 0, and
true.
There is still the double peddlers have done their work.
Yeah. And
at the moment, Kavor doesn't actually have a way to kill this Legion Grenadier, so, maybe.
Oh wait, did he block the? Oh no, it died. Okay, it died to the misfortune.
Yeah.
Hit. I got very scared there.
And now, do you go second Foundry or nope? We're going Chump Wump and slamming 10 or 16 mushrooms into our opponent's deck. No, it's Foundry too.
I think there is an objectively correct answer to which does more damage on average, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
and I want to draw more cards.
One of the reasons that I hate casting this deck so much is because it comes down to like, oh yeah, if you do this, it's like 5% more likely that your opponent's going to draw the amount of mushrooms for lethal. And it's like, does anybody care? If I say that, is anybody like, wow, that's so cool. I'm glad that I know that now.
Someone in chat can crunch the numbers for us. I don't know the answer. I'm not a mathematician, so can't do it.
All right. Trevo's still in this. There's a decent amount of burn in his deck as well, and we're gonna get a lot more mushrooms in.
Okay.
And Kavor, that's not lethal. That's not lethal. And that's probably lethal.
Nope.
Is there any zap hit that's not lethal? I feel like the answer is
the answer is no. Parlay can go to face. Death's Hand speaks for itself, and Noxian Fervor also speaks for itself.
Yeah, no way to kill the unit that the Fervor would be going down onto.
Right.
So Kavor is going to be able to take that mental reset, go to a game 3, and try to take one of the...
I could draw 4 shrooms. There could be 4 shrooms on the spell.
Wait, you 100% right, my friend.
That was chat that gave me that, by the way, so shout out to chat for that. But could be. Oh,
Here
please
we go.
be. That'd be so hilarious.
What?
How many?
Oh.
Okay, so I will point this out because I brought it up earlier. That initial play of the troll chant not preventing the 1 life absolutely mattered here.
Yeah, and Kavor actually, at the moment, taking an opportunity to misplay if Trevo has an Elixir of Iron or a Troll Chant.
Yeah, no reason whatsoever to do that.
Does that even work?
I think it does, actually. Yeah. I mean,
does Kavor not
just
know
not
you can
know?
go Nexus? I don't think he knows.
Yeah, this is just opening up. I mean, it's not going to matter here, but it absolutely is just opening up.
Anything that would kill the Spiderling would kill Kavor, so you might as well take the style points.
Yeah.
But the fact that he never even tried to point it at the Nexus makes me believe that he might just not know.
Yeah. Omega. Oh, you love to see it. Just the little preview window. So good. That's gonna tie it up here. Kavor able to take that one down. I mean, I'm just saying, Boulevard, I called it. That weird troll chant play on literally was it turn 2? I think
Yeah.
on literally turn 2 would have made a difference in that play, in that game. Just saying.
I'm glad that you were actually able to keep track of that because that kind of thing is always interesting. And hopefully, when Trevo goes to check the VODs, because who doesn't check the VODs to see what we said about them when they were casting?
I know, right? I get, I get hundreds of emails after each fight night from the players just analyzing my analysis, and then it's great because then I analyze their analysis of my analysis, and it gets really meta really fast.
Emails is a kind word for what I get in my Twitter DMs after a cast. But we are going to get this unfavored matchup for Kavor again, having to go against Timo Sejuani, and this is a solid opener, really on the side of both players. Kavor still allergic to Lee Sin, but finds a Zoe and actually finds a Lee Sin alongside it.
Yeah, absolutely does. This looks like probably a Mystic shot onto the Zoe or the Goat. Honestly, I don't know.
I would imagine the Zoe because Equinox is such a powerful tool against Timo Sejuani.
True. Very true. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, you're taking extra damage here.
Yeah, that's true.
You're taking extra damage early, which this matchup it's certainly not as relevant as it was in the last one, but we'll see here. It looks like the other Mystic shot coming out and taking out the Sparklefly.
It's getting all of the elusives off the board, getting the lifesteal out of here as well. It's saying the Mountain Goat is manageable. You haven't Zenith Bladed it yet. There's still a lot of setup to do on the side of Trevo, though. You need to get down these Puffcap Peddlers while the Ignitions are running. You need to get the Tech Score Foundry down. But we find the Timo, and there's no answer for that at the moment on Kavor's side.
Nope, that is another reason Trevo could be considering for getting rid of the elusive units over the Goat is just clearing the path for Timo. He's not trying to prevent life. He's trying to open up the path to deal more damage to Kavor.
And we take care of the Zoe to try and avoid Equinox, but Kavor, one of the spacey Sketcher believers, finds that card anyway and going to throw it down onto the Puffcap Peddler.
Yep, and that's fine. And it's obviously a stopgap for Kavor to prevent the onslaught of Puffcaps coming, but the king of Puffcaps himself about to come through here as the Timo going to be attacking in unabated.
When you started casting Legends of Runeterra, did you have a calendar in your head of when you would eventually be casting Timo, or did you think the day would just never come?
No, I knew that Timo was would pop up. I mean, we saw Timo in. I remember specifically Reynad posted an hyper aggro list in the first closed the first preview weekend of Legends of Runeterra that featured Timo, and I'm like, this is gonna happen, right? This is like min-maxing, trying to get as much burn through as possible. Now that deck, I think if we look back, probably wasn't actually that good, but he had the same idea that I had, which was play as many 5 power 2 cost units as you can, and just try to beat down as much as you can. And I believe Timo was in that list, so I was pretty sure Timo was gonna come through at some point. Not as a puff cap card, as a burn card specifically.
Yeah, I guess the question was did you ever expect a puff cap deck to make it? Because I certainly didn't.
We don't need to get into a whole thing about the thought process behind it, but my short answer is maybe.
You're writing your life memoir, and you were like, one day I might have to cast a Puffcap deck. I will now write down the ancient texts that have led me to believe that Timo will one day be viable.
The creator of card games known as Reynad was once told to fight Diablo. Okay, sorry. Anyways, back to the match.
Ancient Egypt.
Anyhow, we see Kavor getting the Lee Sin through, going to try to kill the Puffcat Peddler, but that is two iterations here to make two more Puffcat Peddlers.
Yeah. I don't know if this Sejuani is ever coming down or if we're ever getting the Hexcore Foundry online. This is definitely... The on-curve Lee Sin for Kavor was absolutely huge, especially with the total lack of Frostbite effects on the side of Trevo, who is just taking entirely too long to set up, and the Spacey Sketcher helped with that immensely. It essentially invalidated an entire turn of Trevo's.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pressure has been on. Kavor has, accurately assessed the situation of really needs to keep the pressure going, right? Needs to put forth damage, needs to pressure the board so that Trevo can't get set up, can't get Hex Core Foundry set up, can't get these Puffcat Peddlers set up, because if the game gets to a point where it's just back and forth, obviously Trevo is going to win that passively.
I wonder if Trevo has to throw down the Hex Core this turn just to try and find some amount of freeze.
I wouldn't. I mean, it's either that or just go for another Puffcat Peddler, but Puffcat Peddler is an additional Puffcat Peddler is giving you 3 more shrooms this turn, and then like getting pulled. So is that even good?
I don't know. And honestly, Kavor is looking at lethal.
Yeah, I think min-maxing 3 more shrooms is not the winning play here for Trevo. Needs to actually draw. Needs to get a little bit of breathing room, needs a Harsh Winds, needs a Frostbite or something to stop this Lee Sin from killing him this very next turn. And now it's going to have to be 2 things if we see a preemptive, an open Bastion here.
And I would imagine that we will out of Kavor, just understanding that Trevo is on very little cards. You know that one of those is a Puffcat Peddler, so you're effectively looking at 4 cards in your opponent's hand. Even if you commit the Bastion and you get double Frostbited, that feels like a winning line. Your opponent's down to 2 cards, and that's nearly half the Frostbite out of their deck. Trevo is only on 3 Flash Freeze, 2 Harsh Winds.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, forcing additional out of Trevo is certainly going to be good. Now, of course, it could be Troll Chant plus a freeze, but even so.
We get a Peddler and the Chump Wump. Neither of those are Frostbite
Peddler this game.
Yeah. It's kind of the dream hand from Trevo, but Kavor finds the on-curve Lee Sin, and you didn't find the defensive tools necessary. Looks like Trevo's typing a chat here. I don't speak Portuguese.
I saw what looked like enrajo or enraged in a different language is what it looked like. So I can only speculate as to what that means, but we see the Lee Sin level up. That is going to be at 7 power with Overwhelm. That is currently threatening lethal as long as he gets the attack off in time. That notifies. This should just do it.
Yep, just making sure he's got his bases covered. Can I kill this even through a Frostbite effect? I think the answer is no. Yeah, it's 1 mana shy of being able to do so, but forcing the block from another 3 HP unit, and as we can see, Trevo just has absolutely no Frostbite, and Kavor going to be moving on to the Grand Finals, Blevins, to take on Cephalopod, who has been waiting very patiently with another anti-Lee Sin lineup.
I mean, for what it's worth, we don't know how patient Cephalopod has been. We just don't know the answer to that, so we can't really speculate on how patient he's been. But he hasn't been actively complaining in chat, so that's a positive. But hey, we saw Kavor take down an anti-Lee Sin lineup with the Lee Sin, so all bets are off, I think, Boulevard. I mean, we've been talking about it since the beginning. It's a first for Cephalopod, but Kavor certainly has something to say about that, as we see here. Kavor getting taken down in that first game but then pulls out the 2-0, the mental reset in the middle into I'll say a pretty good draw on the Lee Sin side, and maybe a little bit of air on the side of Trevo, at least for this matchup. But hey, them's the breaks, Boulevard. Even an unfavored matchup is certainly a lot closer than you might think.
Yeah, and now Kavor gonna have to take on Big Poppy Pod, who has been on an absolute hot streak here tonight with this Freljord Noxus Overwhelm, as well as a Stony Suppressor, no Plaza Scouts. But before
Yeah.
we can get you guys into that action, we are gonna throw it to a quick break while we prep for these finalists to get into our deciding match for the evening.
Welcome back, everyone, to Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends, America's Shard. We've made it to the tippy top, Boulevard. We're here in the grand finals. On the one side, we have Cephalopod, who has made a straight shot through to the grand finals. On the other side, we have the current rank 1 NA ladder legend master player, Kavor. And it's been a crazy ride here, Boulevard.
And I absolutely love this. I don't think anybody has played more tournaments than Cephalopod has, and then gets to take on the rank 1 ladder player in this ultimate tournament versus ladder showdown. But we're going to take a look at the format here on Fight Night
Yes.
Legends, let you guys know how we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if you have joined the stream newly or just wanted a little bit of a refresher here, playing a double elimination bracket with 8 invited players. Of course, we're down to the last 2. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. Players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. Notably, a little bit different than the seasonal tournament format. So, a little bit of a different strategy and mindset going into it. But to win a match, players need to win with both of their decks. So, same as that format there. And as we can see now, the little black box at the bottom has come to fruition. If the grand finals from the lower bracket wins, a bracket reset will occur. The finals will play one more best of 3. So if Kavor wins this first best of 3, there will be a bracket reset and we'll play an additional one. If Cephalopod wins a best of 3, that's it. It's over. Champion is crowned. And of course, they're playing that money match for their share of this $200 prize pool.
And Valentine's Day is right around the corner. This could be a really big weekend for one of these players picking up that additional money. We are going to start off with a Pirate Aggro Mirror up against the undefeated Freljord Overwhelm deck of Cephalopod.
Everyone's talking about Fizz, but the best 1-mana 2/1, obviously Legion Saboteur.
And actually, no TF Fizz in the finals. Kavor being the one Lee Sin player to break away from that standard lineup and take this Pirate Aggro instead has really paid off for him.
We literally see no Twisted Fate and no Aphelios and no Fizz in the finals?
I'm willing to call it. Those decks are overhyped. If they're not in the finals of Fight Night this one time, that's good enough for me, Blevins.
What? Wow. I mean, obviously, small sample size and whatnot, but
No, never heard of it.
I will just say it goes to show, maybe Twitch chat and Reddit don't know everything. Because pretty much every Twitch chat I've been in has been asking the streamers, how do we nerf Aphelios? How do we nerf Twisted Fate? How do we nerf this, that, and the other? But
the answer apparently is Smork City, baby, and that is where we find ourselves here in game 1 of the grand finals. And both players have decent 2-drops. They're both going to get to push 1 damage, and then they both get to throw down their 3-mana 3/3 champions, which I think favors Cephalopod pretty heavily, having that Draven's Whirling Death online, but the rest of his hand is pretty light.
It is that Draven's Whirling Death is insanely good. Draven in general, very strong. Misfortune is also strong, but Misfortune has basically no defensive utility. Draven on blocks is going to be able to generate value. And also Draven on attacks just attacks more freely than Misfortune. One thing I've learned from playing Misfortune type non-scout aggro decks is a lot of times she's kind of just a 3-mana 3/3 with a good ability. You don't need to value her super high a lot of the time.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where you're not looking to level the Misfortune like you are in those Scouts decks. You're really just playing her, as you said, as another attacker. Yeah, getting off the ability is nice, but at the end of the day, you're just a bigger Crackshot Corsair.
Yep, absolutely, which the art, of course, is kind of depicting, funnily enough. But Cephalopod being able to essentially just thwart an entire attack from Kavor, I mean, that just can't be the line that that Kavor is looking for here. I feel like Seth is in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, the way that everything has shaken out really does favor Cephalopod. If Kavor goes for that big Gangplank turn, gets negated by the Ice Veil Archer,
Yep.
Cephalopod turns out with an Alpha Wild Claw turn,
Yeah.
and Kavor doesn't have any kind of answer for that. It's also an effective Gangplank blocker. We have the Whirling Death in case Gangplank gets frisky on the attack the next turn. I gotta say, things looking real good for Seth here.
Yeah, and even like specifically looking very good for Seth, but just even in general, the matchup, like Seth has so much more interaction, but that interaction also does damage or just completely development punishes. Like the Icefield Archer is so strong here at punishing this development. It's just it's rough. It's gonna be rough here for Kavor.
But as we see Kavor actually highlighting there, we do have the MF ability with the keg, but here's a fun little quiz for chat. What's going to happen first, baby? That Love Tap or that Crockshot Corsair ability?
Ooh, I mean, I definitely know, but I think you should probably explain it for chat because they might not know.
So I think that it depends on if either of them attack, but I don't remember because it comes up so infrequently. But we actually are going to go in with the Gangplank, and this makes me think that Cephalopod is setting up for something like a double axe on the Iron Ballista, as well as a Whirling Death. I think Kavor's trying to set this up so that the ability stack, if you're going in with them, you should be able to hover the eye and figure it out.
Yeah. Maybe just debating if he even wants to.
Oh, it doesn't show?
Oh, brutal.
Ooh.
Yeah, it just shows the result, which is 2 abilities having been used.
It looks like the order lined up in a bad way for Kavor.
Yep. Not great.
So a little unfortunate. It does mean that Cephalopod gets to save some HP. But are we trying to level the Draven here? Oh, we are. We're getting cheeky.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I mean, you get to kill the Gangplank here. You're not really afraid of it dying, I don't think.
No,
trade, have a leveled Draven. Sure.
Take that to the bank. Still get the Alpha Wildclaw down next turn, and the significant threat that Kavor had is getting taken out here. And I absolutely love the Draven level up animation, Blevins.
I just love Draven in general. Has been one of my favorite champs since the very beginning. I recall fondly the days of Draven at base being a 4-3. Those days were great, but they really weren't because he was just in every single deck. I do like the new way. There's the animation.
Beautiful.
I do like the new interaction with axes where you can effectively double axe to level Draven immediately. That feels a lot better. Just a quality of life thing, if nothing else.
All right. Is there any way that Kavor can come back into this now that we have this Alpha Wildclaw coming down, the Overwhelm onto the Draven?
I'm trying to think if I can think of an answer that is not no to that. Probably not really based on what Kavor has, though. There's just so much damage coming through. Seth is not really at too precarious of a life total, and there we've mentioned it multiple times so far. Kavor's just not running Captain Farron, so there's really there's no super high top end. The Gangplank is the most expensive unit in the deck, right? And even now, Gangplank just gets blocked by an Alpha Wildclaw. I mean, it's not even Gangplank's not even that threatening right now.
I think Kavor is kind of resigning himself to the understanding that he's not pushing through any additional unit damage this game. Any way that he's going to kill Cephalopod, it's all going to have to be burn.
Yep. And even Seth has the ability to troll chant to save this Iceveil Archer if he wants. Doesn't put Doesn't actually push lethal, though. There's not an additional card to discard the axe to actually push the lethal with the addition of the troll chant.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that Draven doesn't get the 2 axes in the strike that levels him, but
Yeah.
who knows? Maybe then, I mean, then we would see a win for Cephalopod, and that might just be too broken. So we're not going to let that happen. And actually, just oh yeah, it doesn't have the troll chant mana anyway. You baited me a little bit with that one, but
Oh, I baited myself too. Well, could have pushed an extra damage with with an axe there, but that's okay. It's okay. I baited Chad as well. Everyone fell for it.
Decimate is a pretty good start, but
yeah.
Is that going to be enough if you can salvage into something like a Noxian Fervor next turn?
Well, let's see. We can go Seth. If Seth wants to stop damage, we see Culling Strike plus Troll Chant. So 1 damage is going through would put Seth to 9. That would be followed by Decimate, putting Seth to 5. 2 Noxian Fervors would technically do it.
I don't think Kavor can come back from this, just because if Cephalopod doesn't Calling Strike a unit, he has it to negate the Fervor, and if he does Calling Strike, then Kavor only has 1 unit and cannot play the double Fervor.
That is true.
So it looks like Cephalopod's deck is going to remain undefeated throughout this fight night so far.
Yeah.
But Alpha Wildclaw now is opened up to the possibility of a Death's Hand or a Noxian Fervor, though I think with the 5 axes in hand, Cephalopod can just kill with the Draven.
Might be able to find it. Seth might be able to find lethal there. Crackshot Corsair is certainly not going to do it, Seth. Making the correct read of open attacking here, doesn't want to open themselves up to an additional Decimate. The Death's Hand was found. But we do see, I mean, if Seth forgets to cast the axes or the Culling Strike, both are lethal.
I think axes is the safe play, because if you go for Culling Strike and Kavor responds with Noxian Fervor, you actually just loot.
Do you?
Yeah, you would die to the Fervor damage as well as the Death's Hand. So going for the axes, taking the safer line.
That is true. That's going to do it. Cephalopod going up 1-0 in this grand finals. Of course, Seth on the winner's side. So if he gets 1 more game, that's going to be it. Seth will be our champion. But Kavor still in it. He does need to win these next 2 to force the bracket reset and play an additional best of 3.
I did not expect a misfortune finals here at Fight Night. And even if you told me that that's what I was going to see, I don't think I would have said Pirate Aggro versus 0 Grand Plaza Scouts.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of those, like, whoever made this prop bet just made, $50,000 off of a $1 bet. But we do not have official sanctioned Giant Slayer Fight Night gambling, so unfortunately that's not a thing.
So instead we are going to see this Lee Sin deck, and we saw Cephalopod speed run these earlier today and has a really good hand to try and do it again here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice Uno hand, as I like to call them. You see 1 mana, you play 1 mana card. You see 2 mana, you play 2 mana card. So might not be playing the 2 mana card, although maybe could if the goat comes out. That actually could happen.
Ooh, and Stony Suppressor on turn 2, gonna more or less completely invalidate this Eye of the Dragon.
Yep. Stony, I mean, I don't know. Stony feels like, I mean, it did so much work. But I feel like we didn't see it enough for it to really be like the card of the event. It just seems like we didn't see it enough.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely burned into Zinc's brain, but I
Yes.
don't know if it was the card of the event like you had mentioned there.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like I think I said this about City Breaker in the past as well, where I
Yes.
absolutely love having this card on field. I never want to put it in my deck.
Exactly. Yeah, you want it. What you really want is it generated off of a Tri-Beam Impropulator.
I want to play the lab, and I want to just summon this from my deck at start of game.
Yes. Yep. That would be. That'd be it. Make competitive labs. Right. I would play it.
Yeah, probably
Actually,
play that.
don't. That would ruin the spirit of it.
Yeah,
Also,
probably
do it, please. I want to do it. I want to write it. Anyway, back to the match. Kavor. I mean, despite all this, still gets to, get a mentor attack off. Debating if that's even worth it because it will effectively be either be trading a Eye of the Dragon or a Bastion.
And if Seth really wants to, he can play the sharp side rather than the Bannerman to make sure that this Eye of the Dragon is killed, which I imagine he's going to go for. And Blevins, I would not be surprised to see just a concession out of Kavor. I mean, it's the grand finals of a tournament, and if you lose the game, you go home. And despite that, I would not be surprised to see the surrender button once this Eye of the Dragon dies.
I mean, I know players who would do that, and I don't know Kavor enough to know if they are one of those types of players. But
I guess we're gonna find out here.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing from Seth's side is that he just gets to set up these blocks and gets to react. Kavor decides not even worth saving the Eye of the Dragon, and now there's a bunch of 2-mana gems in hand, which is I'm gonna wake up in a cold sweat thinking about this hand. This is just icky. There's no other way to say it. This is icky.
It's like oh man, 2-mana gems aren't real. They can't hurt you.
Right. Exactly. Oh, and Mentor of the Stones is bringing more. Why did they nerf Mentor of the Stones? He puts these disgusting cards in your hand.
It's even going to just be a monumental task for Kavor to level the Lee Sin in this particular situation. Generally, the gems help you turbo that, but when 3 gems cost more mana than your Lee Sin, it's very hard to find the time to throw those down.
Yeah, this feels like a Slay the Spire or other deck builder game where like the enemy or boss puts bad cards in your deck and you draw them and they've got like the red mana cost and you have to like pay mana to get them out of your hand. They deal damage to you. This is what this feels like right now. It's like Kavor has drawn a bunch of trash and he just needs to find a time to play it. It's just not going to happen.
And Blevins, we are looking at lethal next turn because Stony Suppressor puts Relentless Pursuit outside of Nopify.
Oh, that's amazing. Stony Suppressor really just taking an entire game and putting it on its back. And Kavor just says, yeah, I mean, look at this card. Look at this card. And oh boy, that is a something we've seen many times. The preemptive stream end, unfortunately, we'll be getting to Cephalopod stream in just a second, but I think that kind of
tells you
gives us an idea of what maybe happened. It always happens when we get back just in time for the surrender. Cephalopod taking it away 2-0 in the grand finals.
An absolutely dominating run by Cephalopod here. It takes the counter lineup into Fight Night, finds all of the appropriate matches, takes out the other counter Lee lineup in Trevo, and takes a decisive, very, very quick 2-0 victory over Kavor in the grand finals, the exact opposite of the European Fight Night earlier this morning.
Yeah, this was absolutely the opposite of that, but let's take a look at our journey here. Of course, we saw right at the beginning, we saw Seth play against Floppy Mudkip, got the 2-1. Thought maybe it's a first from the very beginning. Seth called it at the beginning, and then saw the iconic match between Cephalopod and Zinc Elemental. Of course, then Cephalopod taking down Trevo and making it to the grand finals. And then on the bottom side, we saw Kavor and Trevo make very good runs, but it was not quite enough. This was the day of Cephalopod. Called it in the chat, in the EU Fight Night chat before. Today is either a first or an eighth. Boy, was he right.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got him with us here now
We
for a
do.
winner's interview. Big Poppy Pod. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, bro. You guys can't see, but I'm grinning.
That is awesome. I mean, obviously, congrats. A spectacular performance, and tell us a little bit about the deck choice here. Obviously, very much a concerted choice to bring the double aggro lineup in a world where everyone this entire week has been talking about how broken Twisted Fate and Aphelios are. What was your thought process with these deck choices?
Yeah, this lineup is an explicit target on Burblevern and TF, or not TF. Yeah, Burblevern with TF Fizz and
Mhm.
Lizoi. The only deck that really beats those two is Scouts, so that was kind of locked in from the get go for me. Uh, the second one is, yeah, the Overwhelm deck is naturally good against yeah, it's very naturally good against Burbles, and then made a bunch of tech choices to beat Lee Sin with that as well. So
That's
Yeah, and it looks
awesome.
like it worked out for you. Now, I am curious, is this something that you can extend into the 3-deck format, or is this like a very specific 2-deck fight night style of counter meta play that we're seeing here?
uh yeah, let me warn anyone thinking they can bring this to seasonal. Please don't. You'll get farmed. Yeah, this kind of like hard target thing, like it doesn't work at all in right lock because people can
Mhm.
bring like anything they want. So the three of the same deck, and also yeah, this won't work in seasonals, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get to hard target one deck automatically by banning it at the beginning of the match too. So
Right.
yeah, definitely doesn't work there. But obviously, Seth, you have been around since the very first fight night, and we talked about it earlier. You had that iconic run from the losers side, but you finally got the W. How does it feel to be here at the tippy top of the fight night championship?
It feels great. I've been to a bunch of fight nights, but I've never really like been satisfied with my performance until today.
Yeah, and today was definitely to put it lightly, it was a domination. Honestly, it was we were talking about clean play, really like the deck choices were great there. But Seth, obviously, last question we like to ask. Any call outs, anyone you want to see at a future fight night?
Yeah, before I make my invite, I would like to thank my collaborators for this
Yeah, go ahead.
lineup. Yeah, primarily worked with Mo on this one. He helped me get off of Sit Through the Bold onto Jenny, and helped me out with that triple. Yeah, make sure I had all three copies of the Stony Suppressor.
Mm.
I also talked with Kuvira, Random Seven, Manesia, and Rico Rex. I had to consult Rico Rex, obviously. I'm bringing Overwhelm.
I was gonna say we can tell when there's an overwhelm deck, Rico Rex had a hand in it for sure.
But yeah, there's a lot of people I want to invite, but I think the one who deserves it the most, I want to play against What Am I think he's been totally on fire, and bring him into Fight Night.
Yeah, I mean a top player that has definitely been in a number of fight nights, and hey, we'll try to get him for another one. But again, Cephalopod, congratulations! Thank you for playing, and of course, you got the invite for next week as well.
All right, thank you guys.
All right, Boulevard. It's been a journey, but we're here. We've reached the end of this fight night. Any sellout shout outs you want to give before we sign off here, Boulevard?
Oh, absolutely, Blevins. There's this man that I'd like to give a special shout out to from the bottom of my heart. His name is Boulevard, and absolutely nobody else. Shout out to Boulevard, man. He's been doing great. So handsome, humble, world champion level card gamer, now taking
True.
over the casting game, second fight night appearance, third if you count the time he played.
True.
Just on fire, man. Just on fire. Keep it up, baby. You're doing amazing.
You're doing great. You love to see it. Absolutely. But again, always Boulevard a pleasure. Thank you for coming on again. But folks, That's it. That's a wrap. I know anyone who was watching the EU tournament before probably thought we had another 4 or 5 hours left on this cast, but we here at NA, we like to wrap it up and get it going. We get to our wins quickly. NA Aggro Brain activate, but that's going to be it from everyone here at Giant Slayer Fight Night. We thank you all for watching, and we'll see you all next week.